Commissioners, if we're ready. Let me welcome everybody who's here tonight. We're really happy to have you here, and hearing your voice tonight will make a big difference to us. So thank you for being here. Thank you for those that are on Zoom. And let me welcome you all to a regular scheduled meeting of the City of Morro Bay Planning Commission, Tuesday, November 7th, 2023 at the Veterans Memorial Building. My name is William Roshan. I'm the chair of the Planning Commission. I'd like to introduce the rest of the commissioners. Vice Chair Mike Rodriguez.
Good evening.
Commissioner Joe Ingraffia. Commissioner Asia King. And Commissioner Eric Meyer. We're very happy to be here, and we love giving up our Tuesday nights and to be with you. And we are all volunteers and are here to listen hard. With that, I'd like to, I've established a quorum, and I'm going to call the meeting to order. And if we could begin with a moment of silence. Today is 30 days after the start of the Gaza war, and if we all could give a moment of silence for all those suffering. Thank you. Pledge of Allegiance, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let's see, our next item is Planning Commissioner announcements. Commissioners. I do have one announcement I would like to make is last week on November 2nd, we had the first meeting of our Downtown Design District working group. It was a well-attended meeting. We had 65 folks in this room, 30 people spoke. And the comments were very positive and very broad. We went from no development at all to an interest in how we might do it well. There was a lot of pride from the audience, which I enjoyed very much. And for those of you that don't know, the Downtown Design District is an effort for us to create a specific plan, a plan around an overlay zone for downtown. This has been initiated for a number of reasons. One was over a year ago, the City Council looked at raising the height of the buildings in downtown. And we, the Planning Commission, suggested a more focused look at what that might mean in terms of design guidelines and incentives. Other things that immediately suggested a specific plan considered for downtown was the preservation concerns we're seeing around buildings being sold or buildings being taken down because of the height. Also, the state housing laws, which are increasing and coming on to the state, we wanted to be prepared for that. So this committee, this working group, is going to identify housing incentives, guidelines, and we started with the public meeting talking about character-defining buildings, those buildings that mean a lot to us here in Morro Bay. And we got a lot of great input on it. Asia was there. Joe, you were out of town, I know. Asia, any words on what you witnessed at the hearing?
I was just very impressed with everyone's input and felt like people had really creative, smart ideas, and like you said, a lot of pride for the community, and I was just really grateful to hear from them.
Fantastic. And this committee is being led by City Council members Edwards and Landrum. With that, if there's no other issues, we can go directly to public comment. Public comment is when you can speak on any items that are not on the agenda. And if you can't stay for an agenda item, we welcome you to speak during public comment. We will limit public comment to 3 minutes. And as we move into the other hearings, there's a lot. If a lot of people need to speak, we can work a little closer to make sure we get it done. But right now, I'd like to begin with 3 minutes on the clock. Would anybody like to speak in public comment at this time? Please, come on up, and if you're willing, give us your name. No, you have to come up to the microphone for us, please. Well, we want to hear you and have you recorded. Thanks.
First off, I hear 48 units. Last year, it was 100 and something. Now, is it still, if they
So
48?
we're going to ask you.
More to those. Can they add more?
Here, I'm going to ask you again, start over, but you have to talk into the microphone or no one can hear you here or on the Zoom. Thanks.
They want 48 now. Last year, it was a lot more than that. I think 100 and something. Now, is it going to, if they build the 48, can they keep adding to that same parcel? No, it doesn't say. Okay, next question. What about fire insurance, overall protection, when we can't get it? There's no insurance up there unless they find some special rider. If that project catches fire, how are we protected if the winds are the wrong way? We burn up, and it's their fault. Number two, outside construction workers coming there all hours of the night. They aren't going to come from here. As far as I know, the builder's out of the county. So who's going to police them all night long when they're living in their trailers, like the drywallers, the framers, the plumbers? There's no talk of this at all to protect the people who live there. None whatsoever. Another thing, when we built the cloisters, it was out away from everybody. I haven't seen a Mello-Roos or an HOA proposed for every unit that's built up there to go and what they would charge them. Every county in the state that allows a track in usually has attachments for them to pay for our road maintenance. I haven't heard anything. Construction route Yerba Buena. Now they say no, they went elaborate last year. Oh, they won't. Well, every GPS on every car says exit, turn right, go as fast as you can to Panorama, turn right, and you're there. Right? Well, what's going to happen to us for a year and a half to 2 years? Nothing is said about it. Our sewers can't handle it. We lost a water tank, so we're down to 2. Where's their extra water going to come from for 48 houses? Unless they intend to pay for it. The third one, no one said, I haven't heard. It's an Indian graveyard up there. When the guys at Texaco used to live there, they used to add Indian bones. They used to throw the bones in the dumpster. I've lived there for 44 years. I know. Same house, same street. None of these questions are being asked. Our whole way of life is going to be destroyed by speeding cars and whatever. No talk of speed bumps, slowing them down. So many in my neighborhood have passed on. I'm probably what they call senior block captain now, longevity. And soon I'll be gone and it'll be the next generation. But you have to give these people a break on Yerba Buena. They don't even stop at Tide and Yerba Buena. They'll roll through it at 10:15.
Yeah.
And the police do nothing.
Thank you very much for being here. Remember, there will be public comment specifically for this item, so I'd encourage you, if you could, to wait till the item if you can stay.
So the 3:30 Panorama item, public comment is later?
Yes, it happens with the case. And I'd encourage you to try to speak then if you can stay. Hi, Sean.
Good evening, Planning Commission. I can't stay for the whole meeting, so I'm going to touch really quickly on 4 quick points. First, I want to thank the Planning Commission staff and council for the Downtown Community Forum. That felt like sincere listening from our elected and appointed officials and employed personnel, and we appreciate that process. I'm not sure it was the most efficiently formatted situation, but there was a lot of promising stuff that came out of it, and I appreciate that session and opportunity. Next up, I don't have any position on the Panorama project, but I do want to recognize the importance of community benefits, or also known as public benefits. I'm part of an ad hoc committee with 2 planning commissioners, and we've talked at length about public benefits. That item hasn't returned to Planning Commission yet for some reason. I'm hoping that gets on the docket pretty soon for PD overlay areas, but community benefits remain an important piece of the equation in Morro Bay for every medium and large size project that asks for modifications from city standards, and I'd encourage you to talk about that again during today's hearing. Next up, I want to address the waterfront lease site and RFP process on 2 parcels that Commissioner Ingraffia wrote a thoughtful letter about on today's agenda. I'm a member of the Harbor Advisory Board. I only speak on behalf of myself, not the board here today. But just to follow up a little bit on the RFP process there, that RFP that was published in June of this year did not appear in front of the Harbor Advisory Board, nor do I believe it did appear in front of the Planning Commission. I'm not sure how that RFP was put together. I wasn't able to speak with Ted, our Harbor Director, today to confirm how that happened, but I presume it was some discussion between Ted and Council, perhaps with other staff members involved, at maybe Scott Graham and others, I'm not sure. But sometime in May and June that was put together and then published. We have, is there a clock somewhere? Let me add to that. As a follow-up, I engaged with the Crystal Cove Conservancy down in Southern California and set up a call and invited our Historical Society president as well as Planning Commissioner King to hop on that call about historical preservation on state-owned lands. We learned a whole lot of interesting information. I can't go into it at length right here, but there may be opportunities for us to move forward either on that property or other properties that we consider to be historically relevant in town. And they give us a lot of resources, both financially and through different state permitting agencies that may empower Morro Bay to make some useful decisions. I do think that that's a worthwhile agenda item to appear in our joint meeting between HAB and Planning Commission, the process of RFP releasing and historical preservation. Thank you.
The Crystal Cove project, Sean, I've been aware of it for a long time and visited it. It's a real success.
Yeah, it's very, very similar to what we have here, just a larger scale.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Others who would like to speak in public comment at this time? And again, I encourage you not to go to the Panorama project, but anything else is good. Hey, Bill.
Hi there. No Panorama. Actually, a couple weeks ago, there was a discussion, I think it was City Council, on parking on the Embarcadero and out at the Rock. And I just kind of, at that point, I mentioned as far as the traffic out to the Rock, a lot of times it's an hour and a half wait. And one of the thoughts that I brought up to solve that problem is to really get serious on the bridge across Morro Creek to alleviate a lot of that pressure. I know recently they approved, I think it's $11 million for the roundabout at 41. The single span bridge there now that's for the pedestrians, but it can accommodate emergency vehicles. So, I mean, it would actually, vehicles can use it. Cost $1 million. So I'm just saying to alleviate all that pressure and possibly another $1 million for a second span, it came in with a crane and plopped right down. That might be something that's of importance and maybe to push forward to try and solve some of the traffic issues. And then the second thing was at the Rock itself, in years past, there was a lot of greening out there where there was less parking, not a lot, maybe a third less, and the rest was like Tidelands Park where, they had green and it was a lot more aesthetically pleasing. That's probably one of your #1 tourist attractions. And I think when you're dealing with the parking out there, maybe a little less parking and a lot more thought should go into landscaping. So just some thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Anyone else? Chris? Oh.
I'll do one more.
Hang on.
Hi, one more. Thanks.
Hi, Jamie.
Hi. Commissioners, my name is Jamie Irons. I'm a Morro Bay resident. I've been attending your meetings and watching your meetings in the past. Last meeting I attended as well. And I'm here to comment on, I find the meetings to be confusing and hard to follow. There's constant interruptions going back and forth. Particularly at the last meeting, there was a motion made with the please nod your heads for the vote. I just found that to be disrespectful to the Planning Commission body and to the community at large. We rely on you to articulate the information of what's going on, so how we can understand it, and then inform us on why you made those decisions. There are availability for League of California Cities that have Planning Commission workshops. I was lucky enough to attend one of those, and one of the memorable quotes from one of the planning commissioners that served on one of the panels was a planning commissioner from the city of Pasadena. He was also a land use attorney, and he said to those that are attending, he goes, remember, always protect the body. There is no one individual that's more important than anybody else on the body. So if there's any things, I would encourage you to maybe look at ways to help with the meetings, and I sure would appreciate that. If you have any questions for me following the meeting, I'd be available. Thanks.
Others? Chris, Hank, do we have anybody in the queue, please? Any hands raised?
We have no raised hands.
With that, last chance to talk before I close the public hearing. So I will close that. Our next agenda item is we are lucky to have a presentation tonight from Dr. Michael Boswell. Welcome. And if you would, give us a little introduction to yourself first.
Sure. Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. Thank you for having me here. I'm Dr. Michael Boswell. I'm a professor of city and regional planning at Cal Poly. I've been at Cal Poly for 25 years. I specialize in environmental planning, community resilience, and climate action planning. I've also served on the City of San Luis Obispo Planning Commission for many years, so I appreciate your service. I know you have a tough job, and it's great that you do it. At Cal Poly in the City and Regional Planning Department, we have a long tradition of serving California communities through our community planning labs. We're usually in about 6 communities every year doing work. And I believe about 8 years ago was the last time we were in Morro Bay. We did some visioning for the Embarcadero, worked with the community and with city staff on that. So we do like to put our Learn by Doing motto at Cal Poly into action. This year, I'm leading a group of talented and energetic graduate students in our city and regional planning major. And they're going to be serving the citizens of Morro Bay this year by helping to update the city's climate action plan, which is a goal set forward in your plan, Morro Bay. The Morro Bay City Council adopted its first climate action plan in 2014, so it has been a little while. At the time, it was a very forward-thinking plan to create a low-carbon and resilient community. Morro Bay has accomplished a lot in those 10 years, including lowering its overall greenhouse gas emissions profile, joining Central Coast Community Energy, making city infrastructure more resilient to sea level rise, and a variety of other positive actions which we are documenting in our work. However, 2014, so the plan is definitely out of date and not consistent with the goals that have been set forward by the state of California. A lot has happened around this issue in the last decade, as I'm sure you're aware. The 2014 plan included an inventory of the community's 2005 greenhouse gas emissions, and then at the time, the City Council had set a goal of reducing your emissions 15% from that 2005 level by the year 2020. I'm happy to report that our students have done a careful evaluation and determined that you did, in fact, achieve this goal. In fact, you slightly exceeded it. So very good. Of course, 2020 has come and gone, though. And so now we're looking forward. The state of California, through a variety of legislation and documented in what's called the scoping plan, which is really the state's climate plan, has set reduction targets for the year 2030 and set a goal for the state of California to be climate neutral by the year 2045. So given this, given the changes in Morro Bay, given changes in technology and what we know, again, it's a lot has changed in 10 years ago, since 10 years ago. We will be working with the Morro Bay leadership, council, planning commission, city staff, residents to develop an up-to-date climate action plan for the city. Our goal is to deliver what we're going to call a climate action framework to the city by late March. We have both fall and winter quarter to work on the project, and so winter quarter we time out. So deliver by late March, and our current plan, I'm working with Cindy and Scott on this, will be to deliver our final project report here at the Planning Commission. Our framework will include a detailed background report, updated data on greenhouse gas emissions and climate vulnerability, particularly sea level rise, policy recommendations, and details on how the plan can be what they call CEQA qualified for planning purposes. This framework will allow the city staff to move ahead with updating and developing a final climate action plan for the community. 2 weeks ago, we had our first meeting with the public over at the community center. We're tentatively scheduled to do another community event at the Saturday's Farmers Market on December 2nd. We'll know more on that soon. This quarter, we will complete our background report, and next quarter, we will be working on the full climate action plan framework. We really look forward to working with you and the city staff and the Morro Bay community. And I know you have a busy agenda tonight, so I'll wrap there, but I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Yeah, Dr. Boswell, thank you. Commissioners, questions? Asia.
So you said the team will be reporting back to the Planning Commission. Is there anything we should be involved with in the meantime? Attending meetings, public meetings? Do you know what our role is intermittently? No.
I can certainly discuss that with Scott and Cindy. I mean, we're looking for as much input as we can get from the community on the plan. So, yeah, anything that you can do to help, we'd appreciate.
Thanks.
Mike.
Well, Dr. Boswell, obviously you are a planning commissioner as well, right?
I was, yes.
Oh, you were. So,
yes,
but you
I did my time.
Yes, so you would understand what we may want to be involved with, what our role may be as you're preparing these reports. So reach out to us and let us know as planning commissioners what we may want to get involved with as you're doing this work.
Great. I'll definitely do that.
Great. Thank you so very much.
Okay, thank you. Have a good evening.
I'm rising to a point of privilege. Does anyone have a key to unlock the doors and get more chairs? Or maybe that's what the mayor's doing?
Oh, thank you, Betty.
She's privileged too, the mayor.
Anybody else could help Carla bring a couple of chairs out for us there?
Yeah.
Do you think we should go directly to the panorama and skip this one?
If they're okay with it, I would do it. Because everybody's waiting for that.
Yeah.
Because we make it hooked on that. It might be fast.
I don't know. I'm thinking about skipping the zoning issue to putting it to the
Straight to
end.
pepper. Yeah, okay. Okay. You're going to check in with staff.
Okay. Sounds like a plan.
Do
I
we
was
need to
thinking
vote
that
on
anyway.
anything for the consent calendar?
I don't think so. We don't have anything on the consent calendar.
Thank you all. Let's refocus if we could. And Cindy, let me ask you, on the consent calendar, do we need any votes on that, or is it just a review?
I think there's just the tracking log that's on the consent, so.
That's
receive
all
and
it is
file.
tonight, right?
Yeah, receive and file.
Commissioners, any questions on the consent calendar? Hearing none. I've got another question for you, Cindy. We've got a large crowd here, which I'm pretty sure is not here for the zoning issue. Is there any reason why we can't go directly to the panorama case?
I don't think there's any reason. I would just note for the record that the zoning map amendment is a public hearing, and C1, the panorama one, is not a public hearing, but it's at your prerogative.
Commissioners, are you okay with that switch?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So with a large crowd here, we'd like to go directly to case number CUP 22-05, CDP 22003, VTTM 22-02. This is 3300 Panorama Drive, and this is a conceptual review. As a way to prepare this hearing, I did want to point out that this is a conceptual review, which means we have not seen the environmental impact report yet at this point, which means a lot of the documentation around soils and geology or around site cleanup have not yet been submitted. That will be submitted and available for public review once the EIR is established. So for the purposes of tonight's hearing, our purview as a planning commission is to look at the planning issues, not the geology or the cleanup issues. I hope that makes sense to everybody. I'll remind you as we go through it, and not that you can't speak to that in public hearing if you'd like, but that's not the point of this conceptual review. Cindy, do you want to add anything on that?
Sure. I would just like to emphasize it's not a public hearing. It's just a new business item, and it's really for discussion purposes only to, as you said, to get feedback to give to the applicant.
Yeah, so it's information gathering and discussion. There are no votes or decisions made tonight on this project. That's clear. So can we begin with a staff report? Nancy?
Yes. Is this on? Conceptual review of a proposed 48-home subdivision at 3300 Panorama Drive. Technical problem. Site background, the site was formerly a Navy jet fuel storage site built in the 1960s and decommissioned in 1992. The site was monitored by the Regional Water Quality Control Board and the Department of Toxic Substance Control from 1992 to 1996. In 2006, the property was declared surplus by the General Services Agency. More background, in 2012, the site was sold to the current owners. From 2016 to 2018, the tank removal permits were processed, and the fuel tanks were removed in 2019 and 2020. There was a small project to remove siding replacement and shed removal that occurred in 2020, 2021. The site is currently zoned R1, and the proposed zoning code, which is going to be the item following this, is RSA. So RSA is a lower density zoning district, 4.1 to 7 units per acre. And the surrounding neighborhood, as you can see on this map, is RM zoned parcels, which is medium density at 7.1 to 15 units per acre. And the general plan and the coastal land use plan also designate this as moderate density residential. Site circulation and parking. This is a site plan overlaid onto an aerial of the neighborhood, and it shows how the site will fit into the neighborhood, how the circulation and the roadways and the house placement will go. The proposal is a private roadway system with 30 feet in width from edge to edge of pavement. There are two spaces, two garage parking spaces per home, which is 96 total parking spaces. 23 of the homes have room for parking 2 cars in the garage. That's another 46 total. And those are the homes that are surrounded by the red squares. So along Panorama Drive in the top 2 rows of homes. There's also 20 extra parking spaces on the site for guests and overflow parking. That's a total of 162 parking spaces, and the parking required per the zoning code is 96. They are also proposing 18 public parking spaces in the public right-of-way along Panorama Drive, which is subject to approval by Public Works. And their rationale for this is basically because of the driveways for the homes along Panorama Drive, there will be reduced parking along Panorama, and that's currently used by many residents in the area. Proposed home plans. This shows the home plans from the bottom, which is along Panorama Drive, up to the top of the hill. Plan A is a 3-bedroom, 2.5-bath, 1,790 square feet of living space plus a 2-car garage. Plan B is 3 bedrooms, 2.5 baths, 1,753 square feet of living space plus a 2-car garage. Plan C in the center of the site is 3-bedroom, 2.5-bath, 1,728 square feet of living space plus a 2-car garage. Plan D, which is the second to the top row, is 3 bedrooms, 3.5 baths, an ADU, which is actually on the plans called a casitas, and it's 2,820 square feet. Plan E is at the top. It's 4 bedrooms, 3.5 baths. It also has a casitas. It's 3,278 square feet. And since I've mentioned the word ADU and casitas, I do want to mention that it's in the floor plan. It sounded like the design team did not intend it to be a separate dwelling unit, but if it stays the way it's currently designed, it would be processed as an ADU, and that would be administratively processed for a coastal development permit. City development standards. I'm talking about RSA. Currently it's zoned R1 PD. There is not a lot of difference between the criteria, but RSA is a little more specific because it divides up into lot sizes. So it has smaller lot sizes, which is 2,501 square feet to 4,300, and then larger lot sizes, 4,301 square feet and larger. The number of parcels subject to each of these lot sizes is the smaller lots there are 33 lots, proposed parcels that are within that range, and the larger lots, there's 15 lots in that range. The front setback in the smaller lots is 15 feet. The larger lots is 20 feet. The corner street yard is 20% of the lot width. There's only 4 lots that have this condition, and they're on corner of private street and private street, and their setback would be 8.5 to 9 feet setback, and that condition does not apply to the larger lots. Interior side yard is a maximum of 5 feet, 10% of the lot width, and the larger lots, it's also 5 feet. The rear setback for the smaller lots is 5 feet, for the larger lots is 10, and the height for both is 25 feet above average natural grade, and the lot coverage is 50% coverage for the smaller lots, 45 for the larger. There are also supplemental development standards in the new zoning code, or the proposed new zoning code. For all residential projects, paving in the street-facing yards is limited to 50%. Windows should be offset from the neighbors to avoid direct sight lines. For parcels 5,000 square feet and larger, and this applies to 15 of the proposed parcels, the front elevation requires 60% of the face of the second story to be stepped back a minimum of 3 feet from the lower level front-facing wall. It also requires that the second floors be no more than 75% of the lower level, and the front and side elevation shall not be a single plane, or at least 25% of the building elevation shall be set back at least 3 feet from the remaining elevational plane. aspects of the project that warrant special consideration, which is why the applicants wanted to bring this for conceptual review, is to have a discussion on the height determination. They're proposing an alternate method because of the extreme existing grades on the site that were used to contain the tanks. The driveway length for Plan B and C, the setbacks are measured to the center line of the road, so those plans have 5-foot driveways, so obviously no parking in the driveway, but they do have 2-car garages. And then the design review, which we touched on a little bit in the previous slide, the special development standards and residential design guidelines. And then finally, a review of the public benefits they've included in the subdivision. Height determination. So this is approximate home elevations if using the alternate method of height determination. And this, the scale of this presentation is not equal from the horizontal view and the vertical view, so it tends to make it look more sloped than not, but this was the image that was in their plans, and this is the image that I used. I added the homes and the little cars and the little people walking so you could get a better idea of exactly what all of this means. But you can see this is the alternate method, which the red line is showing more or less the base elevation for each of these homes. And you can see the red line pretty closely follows the existing grade, other than at the 2 houses on the left, because the 2 houses on the left are closer to panorama, and there is a large berm there, which would be really difficult to determine average natural grade. You'd have some very extreme home positions. So this is kind of a blend between maybe what the original grade may have been on the site before the 1960 grading and the current situation. And you can see from this layout, the parking or the driveway access and the access to the garages works for double loaded corridors, which are the top 2, and it works for the lower one. And the street grades are all reasonable, 2 to 3%. I think the highest grade is 11. So they provided the chart that shows the finished floor elevations of each home under the 2 different height determinations. So rather than going through this 48 times, we're going to lump them into categories. So the green stars on the map are the 19 home sites that between the 2 methods, between the average natural grade and what the applicant is proposing, the difference in the finished floor is between 0 and 4 feet difference, so pretty close to the same. And those homes are on the top row and on the 2 lower rows. The 8 homes that are blue stars have a difference between the 2 methods of 5 to 10 feet in elevation. And the red stars are 21 of the home sites that have a difference between the 2 methods between 10 and 20 feet. That just gives you an idea of what the scope of the 2 different methods results in. So this is another height determination chart. It is the same base plan as I used in the other illustration, but this time I moved the homes down to what would approximate average natural grade. And I left the red line that shows where they were in the slide 2 slides ago. So you can see the 2 homes on the left didn't change a lot, but the street circulation changed significantly, and it would be really hard to get that little red car into the garage on that second little house. The roadway and the 2 homes in the middle, that works pretty well. The roadway lines up to the double loaded block where they can get into both of those garages. But again, on the upper side, it becomes problematic. So there would be much greater slopes on the roadway system if you use this method, and you would have trouble getting cars to line up to driveways. So this is again just showing if they complied with the average natural grade. So the other issue we were going to talk about is driveway lengths. There really isn't much guidance in the zoning code, either zoning code, about frontage setback when there's a private roadway. And so the frontage setbacks are to center line, which is their property line. But depending on how far the setback is, that affects the position of the driveway and the garage door. So Plan A along Panorama has a 20-foot setback. That's standard. It's from a public right-of-way, has room for 2 cars in the driveway. Plan B and C have a 20-foot setback to the center line, but 15 feet of that is street. And so they have a 5-foot driveway. And then Plan D and E, the ones at the top, they have a 15-foot setback to the living area and a 20-foot setback to the garage. And that is from the edge of roadways, so they are in compliance with the intent of the setbacks for front, because they have a 30-foot and 35-foot to the center line. Home designs proposed, they've got 3 different designs with multiple versions within the designs. So just going through them quickly, Coastal Bungalow is at the top left. It has one floor plan for, or one design for floor plans A and B, which is a 2-story home on basically a flat level elevation. And then floor plan D is a downslope. So the entry level is at street and the lower level is behind going down the slope. On the bottom left is Coastal Contemporary. They have also the same. They have floor plan B and C, the lower left, that is assuming a fairly level foundation for the entire house. And then they have on the upper image an upslope, which looks like a 2-story from the street, but in the back, the lower level is subterranean. The upper floor is the one that has windows and air and light all the way around it. And then they have a downslope, which is the opposite. So the second floor is below, and it goes down the hill. And then the final one is Coastal Cottage, and they have a floor plan that assumes a fairly level elevation. And then they have a floor plan that is an upslope. Design guidelines. So the issues with the designs are the second floor step backs and articulation on all sides. So the homes have 1 or 2 of these design issues, all of the designs. Second floor does not step back from the front face of the lower level. And the side elevations need features to break up the flat wall areas. The challenges to meeting the step backs or the setbacks or smaller second floor design are the fact that they're on sloped sites. So your second floor is generally, your upper floor is always going to be larger than the lower level. So the design criteria really is not considering sloped sites where houses are sloping or stair stepping up or down. And then the other issue is when the garage setback is greater than the living area setback, you already have the garage back, and if the upper floor is going to be even further back, then that makes the upper floor smaller yet. Public benefits. The project includes the following public benefits: approximately 4.2 acres of common open space, public access to trails including view vistas, informational boards on environmental features, picnic tables and benches, public parking designated along Panorama if approved by Public Works. Provision to allow deviations from the development standards under both the current zoning code and the proposed new zoning code. They both have the opportunity to use the planned development overlay area. And the purpose of that chapter is to provide for better coordinated development, incorporating development standards crafted to respond to site conditions. The following are the principles of a PD overlay area review. A, provide for greater flexibility in the design of the development. B, ensure compliance with the general plan, local coastal land use plan, and creating a compatible, totally planned development. And it allows creative development projects to incorporate design features that are more sensitive to the site conditions and provide for greater amenities than would likely result from conventionally planned development. Environmental review. So this is in process and it's quite involved. This is a list of the reports that have been generated. So biological resources, arborist report, tree protection plan, archaeological and cultural resource, transportation impact plan, engineering geology investigation, soils engineering report, infiltration report, and a FEMA flood plan boundary memo. The center column is the peer review. So you can see all other than the FEMA report and the arborist tree report have been requested to have third-party peer review. And the names in here, Rincon and or the city, are the agencies that have ordered the peer review, and those processes are still ongoing. So they're entering some of them the second round of peer reviews, so I expect that we would have final reports shortly. Then the third column over is the author of the original reports and the dates of the most recent version of the report. And that concludes the presentation, and I'm just requesting guidance and recommendations for some of the items that require special consideration.
Nancy, thank you very much. Commissioners, before we ask questions, I do want to go through any kind of ex parte meetings you might have had with either the community or the developers. Eric, can I start with you?
I have met with the applicant's representatives at the site, and I've also met with individuals from the public. My mic should be on. It's showing. My mic isn't on. Oh, okay.
Try it again.
Maybe it's just pointed the wrong way. I met with the applicant's representatives at the site, and I met with members of the public around town.
Mike.
Yes, I met with the applicant's representatives yesterday at 10:30.
I met with the three representatives, planner, architect, and engineer, and I also met with Kristen Headland. Asia.
Last week I was able to meet with the representatives, the client's representatives on the site as well, and I believe the City Public Works Office was represented there as well.
Thank you. Joe.
I also met with the applicant's representatives on the site.
Great. Thank you, Commissioners. We now can ask questions of Nancy. Any, not comments, but questions? Anything you want to get more specific about? Joe, would you want to start?
Just two simple questions. I'm not familiar with the term, so peer review would mean those reports are being examined by an independent source to verify accuracy and all that.
Yes.
And then the other question is, from a purely legal viewpoint, is in terms of the city's authority, would there be anything preclude the city's authority from requiring, with respect to streets and the development, that they be the typical street width and that they be public streets? Would we be able to do that?
I suppose you could do that. I think there have been discussions early on with Public Works, and Public Works did not want those to be public streets.
Okay, and then of course, and what about a variation where they would be private streets, but for all purposes and for appearance sake, they would look like public streets, and perhaps the maintenance of those private streets but nevertheless looking like public streets would be borne by the project developer. Is there anything within city authority that would preclude the city from requiring that sort of a provision?
Actually, I believe Public Works is here.
Well, I can wait to answer that. Or,
That's Scott.
Do we want to defer that?
It's up to you.
You make the call.
Well, if we could hear from Public Works, if it's convenient. Sure. There's an issue of private streets and the setback being determined from the center of the street, et cetera, et cetera. So my question was, is there anything that would preclude city authority from requiring that, one, the private streets in all practical manners resemble public streets and be maintained by the applicant rather than the public services?
I have a clarifying question, Commissioner Ingraffia. Are you asking if the streets in the development would be public streets or they'd resemble public streets?
Well, originally my question was public, but let's, for the sake of this discussion, we'll call them private streets. But could they be designed and engineered so that they, in all practical appearances, look like the public streets that we have and maintained by the applicant?
So are you asking about to increase the width, or are you trying to get the property lines not to be the center of the street? Because
both.
That condition, well, that condition exists in other locations as well, where the property lines is the center of the street.
I understand, but I'm asking if we depart from that, are there any legal city authority restrictions that would somehow prevent us from requiring that we have setback lines that start from the edge of the street rather than from the center of the street? Am I not making myself clear?
I believe the question is whether the city could condition the project so that we have the, just for sake of simplicity, normal setbacks and street widths, even though they're private roads.
Yes.
Yeah, and that would be a condition that would not be put on by the Public Works Department. That would be something that I would imagine could be put on by the Community Development Department, but I'll let them answer.
I wasn't assuming that the Public Works would make that a condition. I would just like to settle whether the city or some department has the authority to establish that condition.
So I'm guessing that the authority would be unusual because right now they're in compliance with the zoning code. So, and there isn't anything in the zoning code that says that they need to calculate their setback any other way. So you would be creating a special condition just for this project and asking them to comply with setbacks that are greater than what is required in the zoning code.
And that would be the case because those roads would be private. If those roads were public, then I'm assuming that would not be the case, but then we would have the setback.
That's correct.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, this
Scott?
is Scott
Hi,
Brown,
Scott.
Community Development Director. I think Commissioner Graffia's question is a good one. And I think that that's part of what we're asking the commission to weigh in on here this evening. You know, you normally on a regular residential street that's not private, you know, you measure it from the edge of the right of way. That's where the setback starts. Just where you measure the setback from, which becomes the front property line. This is private, and we, as was pointed out by Nancy, that's not typically how we've necessarily done that on other projects. But it is, as Nancy pointed out, not really spelled out in the zoning code. So it was something we wanted the commission to weigh in on.
And I have a piggyback question.
Okay, Mike?
Commissioner Graffia, since we have Public Works here, I'll just ask it because it's being asked of us to review this and make sure that we address it. So how will this project affect traffic on or around Panorama? How would this project affect traffic on or around Panorama? By the way, this is staff level. You know, we're asking the question of staff. So, you know, we want staff to give us this information. We'll hear later from the applicant and the public, but we need staff at, you know, review at this point.
So, thank you for the question, Commissioner Rodriguez. It's obvious that the project would have impacts on traffic in that neighborhood. That is not something that we have a complete review of because we don't have a final project yet to look at. So once we have that project that's proposed, we would perform that review.
Okay, that's it for me.
Joe, were you done? Eric.
While you guys are up there, can you describe like a typical city local street? I have the plan A1, which is from our website, but just for the sake of the public, if it's a public street and it's a local street, which means it's not a collector street, it's not an arterial, just the smallest city street we have. How describe that, please, for the sake of the public?
Thank you for the question. So a local street typically does not have curb, gutter, and sidewalk frontage improvements. It's doesn't have parking all the time. I mean,
Can you speak a little louder into the mic for us?
a local street typically doesn't have frontage improvements, so that would be curb, gutter, and sidewalk. In the surrounding neighborhood, I believe all the streets are local streets. The only exception to that is Yerba Buena is a collector street, but it currently does not have curb, gutter, and sidewalk as well. So.
And the width?
I don't have the figure in front of me, so if
it's 50 feet.
So yeah, the width of the right-of-way doesn't necessarily match what is in front of you. So right-of-ways might far exceed what actually is as far as paved width of roadway.
Thanks.
I have one more question. I should have asked it.
Mike?
Yeah. Same thing. How will parking be impacted by this project on Panorama? How will parking, by doing this development, how will parking be impacted by?
So my understanding, or at least at looking at the conceptual, where there would be homes right there on Panorama, that is currently public parking. That would be offset to these other areas where they've indicated that there would be other public parking. So I don't know what the quantity of current parking is, but I'm of the understanding that the applicant has taken that into consideration. But as far as how it will impact parking globally for the neighborhood, I couldn't answer that at this point.
Asia, did you have a question?
Yeah. How does the number of, this is not for Public Works, so I won't keep you guys if you don't want to hang out up there. This is for staff of the planning department. How do the number of units that they are proposing or that they've sketched out for us today compare to, I forget what the density was for the area. I know that before there were more units proposed, now there are less.
So originally they proposed, I think, 61 units. It might have been originally 68. So, but they proposed more. Then they had a public meeting to find out how people felt about the plan, and it was very clear that people felt that it should be less units. So they reduced the units. They also discovered that there's a landslide risk area and with deposits, and they don't want to disturb and or build in that area. So the area of developable land was reduced, and they settled on 48 homes. So of note is that in the general plan and the EIR, I think it also assumed 45 homes. And in the housing element, 2020 through 2028, we also assumed a reasonable scope of development to be 45 units.
Is there any way, and maybe the applicant will, or the proposer will show us this, but where you could point out on the screen where that area is that was the potential landslide area or a historic landslide area. Maybe that could be pointed out at some point.
I think they can point that out.
Okay. And then my next question is about affordable housing or contributions to inclusionary housing, what our regulations are around that. I see that there are units proposed that are more than 2,500 square feet in the Plan E and Plan D. I know that typically when there are homes built of that size, we have requirements for either including an ADU or contributing is it called an inclusionary housing fee? And so I was wondering if you could talk about that.
So normally on larger scale developments, the recommendation by the city would be that they actually provide the affordable units. So it's 10% of the total units, which would be 4.8 and be rounded up to 5. So there would be 5 affordable units. So alternatively, if there was a reason why that wasn't going to occur, then you could charge the development an inclusionary housing fee. You wouldn't have to go just to the homes that are over 2,500 square feet because the whole development has an obligation to provide 5 affordable housing units. So the whole development would have to pay an inclusionary fee if they didn't provide those units. But I think, as we've done with some other multifamily or multi-single family developments, if they have the numbers, they should provide the units.
Okay. And I know that we say this every meeting, but could you define what those affordable housing units, what does that mean? Like
The levels of affordability.
Yeah, levels
So
of affordability.
the level of affordability is usually stated that it's selected by the city to meet the need that they would have, but it's really anywhere from very low to lower to moderate. And then there's even area median income levels.
That hasn't been established yet with this project?
No, there's the requirement, and then that's probably a discussion that will happen when the Planning Commission is reviewing this project for approval or for decision.
Okay. Joe, you had a question?
Asia reminded me, for the larger houses that are 2,500 square feet or in excess of that, were they not including casitas, they would be required, I believe, to pay some sort of in lieu fee, in lieu housing fee?
Not if you're imposing the requirement on the entire subdivision.
I see. Okay.
Eric.
Thank you for taking all of our crazy questions like that at random. I'm sorry I wasn't able to get them to you sooner. With respect to the height determination, there's a lot of fill being requested by the applicant, which is relatively unusual in my experience in town. If a private homeowner came to you saying, I want to put 20 feet of fill on my property and then put a 25-foot high house on top, they would probably be laughed out of the city planning office. So by what rule are we allowing, or why is this being proposed? By what? Is it just because it's a PD, or how does this applicant?
Well, the site conditions really warrant some consideration of another method for determining height because of the extreme 20-foot high berms and then going down into a basin. It doesn't work for each row of homes. And that was that one chart with the colored little stars. It just doesn't work. So there really needs to be an alternate method, and that is really the input that they're seeking from the Planning Commission.
Yeah, that's essentially
Whether
our
it's
purview.
a hybrid between the one they're proposing and average natural grade or something else that you can come up with.
Okay, and then second question, with respect to the landslide area and the ESHA area, the environmentally sensitive habitat, all of those lands which are landslide and/or ESHA and/or if we determine that some of it has a gasoline or rather jet fuel spill, which may still be determined, we don't know. All of that land together is approximately 10-something acres. But do we subtract out the ESHA and do we subtract out the landslide when determining the buildable area, or do we include the entire lot and use that for our 4.1 to 7.1 or whatever the numbers are of houses?
You exclude the ESH and the landslide, and really that was how the housing element came up with their reasonable density for the large vacant sites.
So the remaining acreage, to tag on to Eric's question, it's 10 acres. What is the acreage less the slope area and the ESHA area?
I think it's 6 maybe 6.5.
And so the 48 is within the allowable density?
Yes.
Is that, which, I'm going to just get my calculator. Hold on. I'll carry on by myself.
Okay.
Okay.
Mike, you had a question?
Yeah, and just to be clear, I understand this is a plan development overlay area, but will the Planning Commission be making a recommendation under the current zoning code or the new zoning code? Will we be making a recommendation under one or the other because we're in the process of adopting a new zoning code? I know that's been a challenge for the applicant because they've had to shift gears.
So it's been around long enough, it's been reviewed under both. There really is not significant differences, and because they're both PD, one is PD by right and existing, and the other would be they would apply for a plan development overlay, that allows the Planning Commission the flexibility to make decisions that work for the development.
Under both?
Under both.
Oh, that's really...
Both or either.
Okay.
I do have two questions, Nancy. One is, have we looked at the actual number of trucks that it's going to take to do this import? And have they suggested a haul route yet? And will the applicant speak to that today?
So I don't think they'll speak to that today because they don't know yet if the Planning Commission has comments that are going to change the plan. So that work, I mean, you might change the height, you might change the amount of fill.
But based on the proposal, have they calculated the infill?
Yes.
And do we know how many trucks that's going to take?
Actually, one of the comment letters did that math for us, but I don't remember. But it would be similar to the tank removal, where there was not trucks bringing...
So I'll save that question for the applicant then. My other question, which is confusing, and this might be hard for our audience as well. Our typical lot size is 5,000 square feet. Can you explain why we're looking at smaller lot sizes on this project and how it's allowed and what is the justification?
So again, with planned developments, you're allowed to cluster lot sizes and have lot sizes that are more representative of the lot sizes in the neighborhood, and those can be approved.
Is that the primary justification for the lot size? Is that it's similar to the neighborhood?
I don't think there is anything specific, but generally you want a development to have some similarity to the surrounding.
And are they asking for an allowance by the commission to do this in terms of the smaller lots? Like, how do they accomplish that? Because it's an overlay area? Is that the way they do it?
It's because of overlay area and because the subdivision ordinance allows.
But is that a discretionary decision on the city's part?
It is, and I also wanted to add that the city's approved multiple subdivisions over the years, over the decades, where there are minimum lot sizes that are approved as smaller. Formerly, the city had a compact infill ordinance where lot sizes, as small as 2,000 square feet and even less than that. A good example is the Moro Miss townhome development at the corner of Main and Bonita. That's 23 lots, and in that subdivision, some of the lot sizes are less than 2,000. But it was a planned development, and they, there were trade-offs. So it is a discretionary decision, and it's part of the application that they make to the Planning Commission for this planned development approval, as Nancy's explained.
Got it. Thank you. Commissioners, no other questions? Oh, Asia?
I don't know if you guys, do you know the definition of natural grade in the zoning code context?
Yes. Would you like to know?
Yes, please tell us.
So in a normal situation, you would look at the foundation of the proposed home, and you would take the single lowest grade and the single highest grade and average them. And the average of those two grades is your basis for determining height.
And so in this circumstance, you don't take the current, you don't take the, because it's not one parcel and one home, you don't take the average of the whole site.
No.
It would be the average
It's
of.
each individual foundation of each 48 individual homes, which is why it's problematic because of the extreme berms. Like, so one house would be on top of the berm.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
So Commissioners, if we're ready, we can invite the applicant up. Nancy, can you tell us who's here tonight?
So RRM has Debbie Rudd and Tim Walters, and an owner representative, I believe, is here, Ed Gallegos, who's going to speak first, and then RRM will review the plans and show their presentation.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. Good evening to everybody that's currently present. How about that?
Could everybody here try it again? Could everybody hear?
Yeah, good evening, everybody that's
thank you.
present, Commissioners. Chairperson, Vice Chairperson, and Commissioners, I thank you for your time and everything you do in this community. As we navigate through all the concerns and the logistics of the development of this size, there's some things that I don't want to see lost while we do that. What we've accomplished on this site is a good thing. From starting in August 2018, the demolition and removal of the 2 tanks that held 4.5 million gallons of jet fuel for many decades. Excuse me. And this file here that I have is a file that contains all the work that has been done to satisfy many agencies and departments at the local and state level. I understand that some people have concerns about the project. Again, I don't want this to be lost at this point. My point is there are so many positive aspects that will be carried on for many generations, giving 48 individuals or families an opportunity to enjoy what many of you have currently in this community, and that's a good thing, to be able to create that. Creating more jobs here in Morro Bay is a good thing. Having a new shiny housing development is another good thing. One of the greatest joys in my line of work, and what I do is, my title is, I'm a development manager for the company. One of my greatest joys in my line of work is driving by a home that we've built years ago and, you know, seeing children play in the front yard, watching the parents wash their cars, and you know, that's been a great joy for me as a builder, that you would see families being able to enjoy their homes. And so, you know, new developments like this also inspire adjacent neighborhoods to improve their homes and to add to it. So giving people an opportunity to have a home is a noble thing. So I just want to ask you, Commissioners, to please support the reduced number of units of 48 and conceptual plan as presented as we move on. Again, I just want to let you know that I do appreciate your time. I appreciate everything that you do. I know there's a lot of hard work, a lot of criticism, and again, I just want to let you know that I do appreciate what you do in this community. Thank you.
Thanks for being here. All right, how long is it, you think, the total presentation? What are you planning?
That would be a...
Hi.
About 9 more minutes.
Great, you've got it.
Good evening, Chair Roshan and Commissioners. I'm Debbie Rudd. I'm with RRM Design Group. We are the design firm that's been hired to design this project, and tonight I'm here with our civil engineer, Tim Walters, our architect, Darren Cabral, me as a planner. We also are here with our traffic engineer from Central Coast Traffic Consultants, Michelle Matson, and the Geosolutions engineer, Craig Crozier. So if you have some questions specific to traffic, we have the specialist here. Landslide, we have him, and then we also have our architect and engineer. Where do I point this? Okay, we'll just do it. So when we started the project, we started with what is the city planning for? And in your zoning code, in your general plan, in your housing element, or planning for residential here. The maximum density for residential allows for 71 units. We're proposing 48. Next.
And just let me, the 71 units is based on the limited area?
The entire site.
And that includes the slide
Yes, it
area?
does.
Yes.
And then in 2020, we had a neighborhood meeting. At that neighborhood meeting, we got a lot of feedback. We took that feedback back and we redesigned the project. This plan on the site, on the screen right now, is the project that we presented in 2022. Some of the things that were asked were, please remove the homes that block the corner of Whidbey and Panorama, to add more parking for guests, to deal with the issue that Panorama Drive is not safe right now for people to walk, reduce the number of units from 61, provide more open space, study the landslide area, and go into more of a deep study of that area. And then they're also concerned about, during construction, the damage that could happen on the streets to and from. So, next slide. This is a snapshot of one of the maps from the community workshop. And the next slide. This is our current plan, and you can see where the X is. We've removed those two lots. Where the circle is, that's where the landslide area is, and that's where we've removed homes and we've added a park in that area. We reduced the units, like you know, from 61 to 48, and we've added more guest parking. And then, next slide. And then we did approach the landowner about this idea of the construction causing issues for the roads. So they are committed to volunteer to repair the streets after construction. And the way that typically happens is there's a construction route, usually 2 streets, that gets surveyed prior to construction, and then it gets surveyed after construction, and then the city, with the city, and then it's repaired afterwards, so any construction damage would be repaired. Next slide. So what we want to do here is provide homes for Morro Bay. We're targeting families, empty nesters, retirees, single people. We're wanting to have a different mix of home sites. We want small lots, different lot sizes, and different home sizes, and have a nice mix of that. The lot sizes are ranging between 2,850 to your traditional 6,000 square foot lot. The homes get as small as 1,728 square feet. And the chart on the right is from your housing element community survey, and it says the most important thing to the community was to provide housing for families and to provide housing for people who work in Morro Bay, and that's what we're trying to do. This map shows you in the pink area, those are the Panorama Drive lots. Those lots, we purposely size those lots to be consistent with the surrounding neighborhood, really trying to blend that with the surrounding neighborhood. The middle section on this shows outlined in rust. Those are our small lots. Those are the lots with no driveways. I don't call them a 5-foot driveway. That's really no driveway. And that's the idea there is it's like apartment living or like condo living or townhome living. These are people who can't afford the big lot with the big driveway and big setbacks. These are people who are going to live in a small lot, a small house, and they're going to park in their garage. And then the green is the uphill lots. Those are your traditional 6,000 square foot lots. Next slide. So improvements on Panorama Drive include, next slide, sidewalks all along Panorama Drive, really trying to address that concern that people said they were not feeling safe walking, and they were going to feel less safe even with more cars. Next slide. Street trees and landscaping along Panorama Drive. Next slide. And right now, as you know, it's not paved to the property line, so we would pave that and add additional parking that's on paved parking. So within the project area, we're proposing sidewalks, and you can see those are all shown in red throughout the project area. We're also proposing trails, that's shown in the pink. They are connecting to Whitby and to Panorama. And the next slide shows the open space parks in Esha area. That is the area, nope, sorry. Starting to talk with my hands. That is the 4.5 acres. So out of the entire site, 4.5 acres, which is 45% of the overall site, will be for common area, open space, picnic tables, benches, fitness stations, educational exhibits. Just wanted to touch on the parking. We are providing 162 parking spaces. That's increased from since our neighborhood meeting. 96 are required, 162 provided, plus the additional paved parking spaces along Panorama. And just to emphasize the weird topography on this site, it is strange how they have high berms. You can see in this area, it really has two big pits in the middle of the site. And because of that, on the next slide, this is similar to what Nancy had shown. The red line is showing that existing topography, the green is showing our proposed, and the yellow line is showing what it would be like, what we imagine it would be like if it was prior to the tanks being put in place. And what that matters for, on the next slide, one of the things staff really encouraged us to do was to reduce retaining walls. We don't, on a hillside lot, it's really easy to design huge retaining walls, which aren't very sightly. So what we've done is buried 2 of the retaining walls within the homes, so the home is stepping up the site or stepping down the site, and they absorb that retaining wall within their home. And the next slide shows that yellow box. That's what Nancy was talking about. When you have a home stepping up or down a hillside, that second floor is larger than that first floor. Next slide. These are the visual simulations. This one is from Highway 1, looking up towards the site, and on the right-hand side, does this have a pointer? No. Okay, on the right-hand side, you can see some little white buildings. That would be the new homes. The next slide shows as the entrance into the neighborhood. In the right-hand corner, you can see a key map, and this is as you drive into the neighborhood off of Panorama. And then this is that corner of Whidbey and Panorama Drive, looking back. And you can see in these, the ridge line is still visible from all of them. I think Nancy went over the neighborhood character. I'll just add, we really purposefully wanted to have a mix of architectural styles. That was part of our intent. And that's it. With that, we're open for questions. Also, we can pull in our engineer, architect, traffic engineer, or geologist.
Yeah, Debbie, just stay right there. Commissioners?
I have a question.
Go through questions. Mike, would you like
Through the
to
chair,
start?
for the applicant, obviously the environmental impact report is not complete. So, that could give us a lot of information. It's going to give this commission information on which direction to go, but what would your option, say if there's a major issue that's brought forward in the environmental impact report, what would your options be? As far as option B, option C, do you see any issues that may come up? Because we've heard a lot from the community about environmental impacts, right?
Right. So far, on the studies that have been completed, we have not seen anything that we need to redesign. The slide area, that report is what came out and said, we could fix the slide in that area, or we can design around it and set back. And after the neighborhood meeting, clearly they wanted us to step back from the slide. They wanted us to lose units. And so the landowners were willing to take that step and pull away from that. So I'm not seeing anything, I don't know, Nancy, if you see anything forthcoming on environmental issues that you think might be hurdles for us.
No, and planning commissioners, it generally results in a conclusion that has mitigation and monitoring recommendations. And so that until that is complete, we really don't know if those are going to be significant enough to change the way the development is or not.
And as a follow-up, it was brought up in the report about environmentally sensitive habitat in the area. So could you address that as well, since that was addressed and
maybe we go back to the site plan. So on that site plan, you can see there's an area to the top of the site. That is the ESHA area. So we are not touching that area, and we're preserving all the trees in that area. And then there's a setback requirement outside of that area, and that's that green area. In that setback area, we're allowed to have trails and connections. So we're suggesting that there could be some hiking trails in that area.
Yeah, and the reason I wanted to get through the environmental impact issues is because I wanted to understand what changes could possibly take place, but it sounds like you've already addressed that conceptually, saying you're not dealing with any environmentally sensitive areas or impacts that are going to change your project significantly.
Right.
So we're going to be doing a review of how you put it together as is versus having to come up with another option because of these impacts. Right?
Correct. We're hoping that we have done enough due diligence that we have included and mitigated all those type of impacts, but we never know until the EIR actually comes out.
Sounds good. That's enough for now.
Thank you, Mike. Asia, questions for Debbie?
Yeah, I'm not sure this is a planning issue, but can you address maybe some of the concerns we heard from the audience about the process of construction? I know you discussed the roads, but as far as security on site during construction, workers in the neighborhood, what is the typical process for that? How is that monitored? Is there anything that you guys can speak to about that concern?
I'm going to ask our engineer, Tim Walters, to address that.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners.
Hi,
Tim
Tim.
Walters with RRM, acting as the project engineer. So typically they would fence off the entire site for construction activity during the day. It would be fenced in, and they would have some sort of job shack that people would report to, and they would have the general contractor there, et cetera. And it's work hours like most places, and that's usually like 7 to 3:30 or 7 to 4, something like that. And the import portion of that would be monitored pretty heavily with regard to the truck trips and things like that. I don't expect that it would be, there might be some activity right up front that would be day to day with regard to importing material for the earthwork, but it would probably be paused in between in order to get things to be wrapped up as they're moving things on. But we have looked at it, and they would come on board, they would, turn around on site and then go out. And that route would be determined as we get a little bit closer to the finished product.
So there's not going to be like worker housing on site?
No.
Or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to make that clear.
Joe.
Well, I have a host of questions, so I might only ask some and then give a chance to the other commissioners to
Sure, thank you.
question. But let's see, and bear with me because this might be a little confusing, and I'm not sure who best to direct the question to. The issue of the casitas, it's conceivable that those might sometime in the future become rental units and would further contribute to the challenge of adequate parking. Have you taken that into calculation?
Yeah, we've been talking about that. We'd like your input on that. So thank you. So the lots that are the larger lots at the top are the ones that were labeled with casitas. That can, if it's your preference, we could label that, take that out, take the kitchen. I mean, there was like a sink in there. Make it more like an office. What we're seeing a lot of people wanting to work from home, and they turn in that extra room into an office space, and we could turn that into office. If you think, another argument somebody made was, well, maybe they should stay casitas, and then they can't turn them into ADUs in the future if they're already an ADU. So we'd be interested in your input on that.
Okay, very good. Let's see. Now, I noticed with respect to the back 34 or so units, there is only one access road rather than a loop. Why is that?
It has to do with the slide area. Originally, we had that coming down and out that end of the site, and they want us to leave that area alone and not have any major construction over there.
So what I'm hearing is that it would be impossible to build an additional portion of the road on the southern side of the property, but between the housing and the open space to create a loop. Is that now expensive or physically impossible?
Tim, would you say that is physically possible?
You know, as an engineer, we always think that everything is possible, but you know, it's cost prohibitive, but it's also the underlying stability of the soil that doesn't really lend itself to that. And the traffic evaluation that we did suggested that Trinidad was really the street to come out on, not south of that, it's kind of a weird angle, but it's kind of southeast of that, like Panay or whatever, or Sicily, I think, was the next street that we were looking at. So it really, you know, in the end, we have a turnaround at the end that meets fire department requirements, and we went through it with them, checked, and then we have the internal access that cuts between the upper level and the lower level that acts as a secondary access, but it also acts as kind of an amenity trail. It's going to have some special paving and stuff like that, so it'll look really good, in my opinion.
I think I was asking because, again, for the homes, those 34 homes further up the hill, they have only one route for getting out of the property and getting to it. Is that correct?
They have one route at the bottom, but if it was a fire danger, they would actually have two routes.
And then with respect to that, I'll call it the fire road, but there seems to be some sort of a connection between the lower homes and the upper homes, but that will not be a private thoroughfare. And why is that?
Well, generally it's because we don't want people cutting through there on a regular basis. We want them to use the maintained travel ways that are established for the site. It does cut through the green space, so the idea is that we want it to be fairly well manicured in that area without having to worry about traffic coming through there, so it would act as just a fire lane. And that the turnaround there, I mean, you could look at it as being sort of like a cul-de-sac. You know, it's only about 400 feet long.
But that could be an alternative approach to the upper homes if we opted for that.
Could be, yeah.
Okay. With respect to the 5-foot driveways and the requirement that the lower homes park their cars in the garages, is there any evidence from similarly sized and scope projects that will be effective in providing adequate space for the automobiles? I mean, I don't doubt your veracity. I would just like the assurances that there have been other projects built where putting the vehicles of the owners in the garage has been largely sufficient.
Yes, typically what you would do is the HOA would maintain the no parking rules along those corridors, and it's done around town, around San Luis. Both Avila Ranch and San Luis Ranch have the small lot communities. Some of them utilize courtyards. Sarah Meadows in San Luis Obispo has alleyway loading with no parking, and it's enforced. Grand and Cortland in Arroyo Grande is another one that is courtyard oriented but has loop systems and private roads. And this is pretty much how it would be done.
Well, thank you. So if we wanted to query them, or you could provide us with information that would confirm that people are reasonably satisfied with those arrangements in their projects, we could have access to that information. Is that correct?
Absolutely. For example, Avila Ranch is selling like hot cakes. San Luis Ranch is the same way. Sarah Meadows is fully built out, and everybody's living there, and they're super satisfied. It's over off of Prado Road in San Luis Obispo.
Now, I have a question. Go ahead.
I was just going to add, I had the same question and was talking to somebody who lived in a homeowners association neighborhood, and they're required to park in their garages. And I said, yeah, but how do they enforce it? And he said, well, talk to somebody on the parking committee. And they have a parking committee. The parking committee fines you if you're not parking in your garage. So these homes are not going to be for the people who want to fill their garage with gym equipment or something. You're going to be required to park in your garage in these homes.
I guess all I'm asking for is the adequacy of the assurance that that's
Yeah.
the case. I don't doubt that that's your hope for the project. I would just like some assurances.
Some proof, okay.
And then again, I'm not sure if this is a question best directed at you, but with respect, I sort of vaguely understand, with respect to the open space, that will continue to be private property, but accessible to the public. Is that something that conceivably in the future could be altered by the homeowners association? I'd like some sort of assurances that will remain public property in perpetuity.
That might be a good question for the planners.
That would be a condition of approval, and so if they no longer did that, they'd be in violation of their permits.
Okay, very good. With respect, should I, if you want me to...
One more.
One more, okay.
You're on a roll.
When I was visiting the site, I asked, impromptu like, how many truckloads of fill would be required? And there was an equally impromptu answer. Can either of you comment on how many truckloads of fill would be required?
So the plans, the way they are right now, approximate about 80,000 yards of fill. And it's a lot. I understand that everybody's concerned about that, and that's rightfully so. The problem is that you have these two very large holes in the ground that need to be filled in, and that's what it takes. Now, the 80,000 or 87 is an approximation at this point in time. Of course, as we get in construction documents and things like that, assuming that we move forward, that'll be refined. But those 87,000 are calculated out at 1,350 cubic yards per day based on 75 loads per day. And that would be, I'm just giving you the calculation, that would be 60 days of project import that would be required to bring that in. The working days are 5 days a week, like I said, 7 to 3:30.
So that's how many truckloads are we talking about?
So that would be 75 truckloads.
75 truckloads.
In a point of order, Chair.
75.
I'd like to listen to the applicant. I'm hearing a lot of point of order, please.
That would be
75 truckloads per day.
That would be in a 10-hour?
No, 7 to 3:30. As I mentioned, I don't think it would just be consistent one day after another. because you're going to bring some dirt in, and then you're going to have a pause while dirt is moved around on site. And that's calculated at 1,350 cubic yards per day per truck, and that's 75 loads per those trucks, and that comes out to approximately 60 days of import of material.
So then the original estimate I heard of about 4,000 truckloads would be fairly accurate.
Yeah, I went back and did my homework on that and got it squared away and talked to a couple contractors and got that dialed in for you.
Okay.
Thanks.
We'll defer.
Eric.
The section which you guys are describing is sort of like townhomes, or I don't remember, the center section, the tight little section, the smallest lots. I'm familiar, we have a development in town most people are familiar with called Morrow Cove, and Morrow Cove has got one of the narrowest streets in town, a PD development, and I think it's 60 feet from garage door to garage door across the lane with a narrow street. What's the width between the garage doors, or do you know, on the narrowest street there?
So the street width is 40 feet, or 30 feet, so garage to garage would be about 40 feet, plus or minus whatever the recess is on the actual door. And I think Morrow Cove is 30 feet.
With the 20, but it has different width driveways, so it's not it's comparable street width maybe, but not, but the buildings are farther apart. And then with respect to, you said you have a geologic consultant here today? I have a question for them.
Good evening. My name is Craig Crozier. I'm the soils engineer of record.
Hi, Craig.
And president of GeoSolutions.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah.
The hillsides behind this entire part of town has a number of slides up and down from north to south all along the old Chevron property and on up towards Cayucas, et cetera. What's your understanding of the underlying soils? Like there's a part which is the obvious slip on the south side of this property, but is the balance of the hillside the same geologic condition? Is it the same soil typology?
Outside of the landslide, yes, we're dealing with clay soils, colluvium over Franciscan Formation bedrock.
And the landslide is
a combination of colluvium and Franciscan rock debris that's been torn up and pushed through over time due to water movement.
Okay, so in your opinion, is the area at most risk then? Is the balance of the site, does it have additional risk, or is there risk there, or is it a different kind of risk? What are the risks associated with that location versus the landslide, the actual landslide area?
As far as risk is concerned, there's risk with constructing in any sort of expansive clay soils, and so there's particulars in the design and construction of the improvements and residences to take into account for that. But that's not unlike any hillside development area along the coast. As far as the landslide area, the risk is that it's moving. In the other areas, you're just dealing with seasonal changes in soil size due to shrinking and swelling due to drought or heavy rainfall conditions.
And then, it's an odd question, but the site as it exists right now, you know, what's the right word? Never mind. I'm not going to ask the next question. It's too presumptive, or too. I don't want to go that way.
Okay.
Thank you. Those are my questions right now.
Let's see. Can I, the planner? Can I have a couple quick questions for you? My concern is around the small lots and the narrow alleyway in the center of the project. If you could help me understand again why. So you mentioned that, and I see this as an advantage, you'd have a diversity of prices for the houses for sale, right? Any idea, can you anticipate or give us an idea of the savings for those small lots? In other words, what price difference do you anticipate for a small lot versus if it was a normal sized lot?
Well, I can't tell you prices, but I can tell you that when the houses go on the market and you have a 6,000 square foot lot, which are lots, like in the neighborhood, and then you have a 3,000 square foot lot, your 3,000 square foot lot is going to be significantly less.
Yeah, so we all
the
get that,
size.
right? But if, one of the reasons that I think this is attractive to us is that it gives a wide range of costs for the project.
Mhm.
Is there any way for you to anticipate that, to give us a percentage difference? Why would the Planning Commission approve this?
Well, I can't give you that percentage right now, but I can try to research that for you. What we find is that there are affordable lots, and those affordable lots are for people who make not enough money to be able to qualify. But if you make a little bit more than that, then you can't qualify for the affordable because you make too much money, but you don't have enough money to be able to qualify for 6,000. So this is what we call the missing middle, or the workforce housing. And it's really hard to get developers and to build this workforce housing. So we are excited that we have this opportunity to build this.
And I think we understand that. I think the question ultimately would be to give the commission confidence that that's enough reason to do it, to allow, a substandard lot of that size, because these are not townhomes, they're separate individual small lots that are actually sized from the center line back, which means they're even in a way smaller. So I think I'd love an explanation like that. So maybe that's something you could research and come back. The other thing I'm interested in is this model where you do smaller lots. Are there examples around in the county of projects like this that have done it?
Have the smaller lots with no garage, with no driveways?
Yeah.
Yes, so.
Combined with a larger project, yeah, like the combination that you're doing, yeah.
I can look for that.
It's an unusual project. I've been in this business a very long time, and I've never seen anything quite like it. So I'm asking why, and are there precedents for it?
One of the projects I'm thinking of is in San Luis Obispo, and the homes on the outside all had front-loaded garages, and your traditional, they're the big lots. And then in the middle, along the hillside, we had the more of an alley type product, and the front porches faced onto a greenway that was sloped down.
Yeah.
That might be a similar one. I called it West Creek. When the developers ended up selling it, it's called something else. What is it?
You know what? We don't need to go through it
some
now.
Pictures and
maybe that's something you could look into for us.
Okay.
I'd just like to add on to that a little bit.
Please.
So Rigetti Ranch, which a lot of people know of in San Luis Obispo, has several single-family residential houses that are very small lot, like 2,000 square feet. And the houses look attached, but they're not. And as you probably are aware, most people want to have their lot, their own property that they own with their house on it, and that's what you're getting, is you're getting a workforce or affordable by design style house that's smaller in footprint, smaller in scale, on a very small lot. It's different from what the traditional homes are done, ways are done, but there are several examples of that. Rigetti Ranch has some of those. West Creek, as Debbie mentioned, which is on Orchid Road as well.
Yeah, so rather than go through it now, if you could come back with a list, I think it's something I'd really like to visit and understand. And I have another question around that. And Eric had asked the width of the driveway. In my experience, this is really a narrow driveway. I see it more in apartment complexes than I do on roads, right? And so you've got a road that's 24 feet wide plus it looks like a 5-foot sidewalk. You're telling me it's like 30, 40 feet between face to face. So there's no parking at all along those edges. So I'm questioning that as the fact that people are going to be driving up to the top through that narrow alleyway. If anybody stops there, UPS, somebody to drop off a senior, whatever it is, it becomes almost impassable. I'm asking why, because it's in the center of the project, this narrow alleyway. Did you think about putting it at the top or at the bottom, or how to, if you want this project type, why is it right in the middle?
Well, that's, again, it comes down to providing access to all of the lots. The road is the same for all of the lots. Again, the size of the unit and the width of that driveway, not just across the street, but I mean the width of the driveway for going into the garage is pretty limited, it's true. And you control that through the homeowners association. As Debbie mentioned, there's parking controls and things like that, but you're really trying to...
Yeah, so we've heard that, but I'm trying to understand why by design you've put the narrow alleyway right in the middle.
So the reason we put we have the panorama lots, we wanted those lots to be kind of the same size as the other lots on panorama. The middle lots, the top lots, we needed those to be the larger lots so that they could stair step up the hill. And that left the middle section. And so that's where we ended up putting the small lots, because we couldn't put them at the top and we didn't want to put them on panorama. So we put them in the middle. Does that answer it?
I understand it, yeah. Okay. Commissioners, final questions for Debbie and team? Okay, Joe.
I promise to be quick. It strikes me in terms of the increased interest rates and the difficulties of loans and all this. Might this project be built in phases?
That would be a Tim question.
The infrastructure and the roads and all that and the pads, the grading would all be done in one phase. There's an allocation process in the city of Morro Bay for water that would limit the ability of going vertical to about 30 in a maximum condition. But the infrastructure itself and the mapping and everything would be all done in one phase.
And then it would just be left for the actual construction of the homes to be in phases?
Correct.
Okay. There was, can you offer assurances that the facades on the corner properties will have more articulation? I know that was one of my concerns when I was up.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. One of the things that we want to do is make sure that any facade that is visible from the street, so the end lots, are well articulated. The facades, the side facades within, when they're only 10 feet across, those are the ones that we would propose. Let's keep those simple. Let's put our money on the front facades and the side facades where people are actually going to see them.
Thank you for pointing that out, because I, for one, have been one of the members of the commission that have advocated for those side facades are visible from the street, and I would hope that we could have perhaps a short piece of facade, a quarter, whatever, but that's an issue I'll discuss with the rest of the commissioners. And with respect to the public land, will there, I have no basis for judging how well some public lands are landscaped. So I'd like to assume that there would be some sort of independent outside evaluation that makes sure that there's an adequate number of trees, the kinds of trees that are likely to thrive, et cetera, that there's an adequate number of benches, et cetera. So will there be some kind of evaluation or design with respect to that?
I think
that'll be in their permit plan set, a landscaping plan, and that'll be verified on final inspection.
Okay. I think...
How you doing, Joe?
I think that's it.
Okay. Commissioners, I'd like to take a 5-minute break. I want to thank everybody for staying. Please stay. Public comment is going to be next. I think it took this to get through the project. Commissioners, is that all right for a 5-minute break? We'll be back here before 8 o'clock if we can. Commissioners, we're ready to start.
Yes.
If we could resume the meeting, please.
Yeah. Pump, pump.
I'd like to call the meeting back to order, please. Thank you all for staying. We're now about to begin public comment on the project. And I did want to tell everyone we received 12 letters, and I want to thank everyone who wrote a letter. I also understand that Councilman Edwards had a discussion group with the community. Some 30 people attended that. Thank you all for doing that. What I'd like to do now is poll and see how many people would like to speak tonight. Would you stand up for me, please? Would you be comfortable if I put 2 minutes on the clock for each of you? If you need...
Only if you're going to continue the meeting to another session.
If you need to speak longer, you have that option. But if we go way over, we have to finish this meeting tonight for the zoning issue as well. We could do the zoning ahead of you guys, so if you can help me, we don't have to do that. Is that all right? No. You don't like it. How would you like to do it? Oh, a second hearing on the conceptual plan?
Yes. It's just an informational item anyway. Nobody here wants this development.
No. So let's do our best to get through this. Let's try it before we to another session. I think we've already made a lot of progress. I don't want to lose that. If you can help me, if you could do your best not to repeat what everybody else says, that's an enormous help. I guarantee you there'll be a healthy discussion afterwards, and I think that would be of value to you all. I'm going to encourage you to do that. The fact that we've got a lot of information, everybody has read the letters, I'm sure. Asia? I can do that if they do it, yeah. And one of the nice things is if you do agree with people, if you could just sort of give us a wave or something like that, that would help us understand, I think, the strong opinions of the audience. We do want to know. We really do want to hear you. We just want to make sure we can get through it tonight. So with that, I will say again that our main focus tonight is not on the geology or on the cleanup. Our main focus tonight is on the planning issues. That's where we have the most influence as a commission. And so if you could focus your comments as much as possible on that, I think it's really helpful. With that, let's start a line, and I'll put 3 minutes on the clock for everybody, but I'm going to ask you to... Oh, you have it on 2? Well, let's keep it on 2, and then if you can do it in 2, good. If you can't, keep going. Betty, would you like to start?
Can you hear me? Yes. I have to go to work, so I hurried against all of you, and I apologize. My name's Betty Winholtz. I think it's important to point out that we're making the assumption that the Regional Water Quality Control Board is going to approve this land for development because it's still in the queue, is my understanding.
And if I could offer, it's not an assumption. What we're saying is that's going to be determined at a later date. And if, for example, it's not approved, the project doesn't move forward. So it would have to come back to us in a new way. Okay. So the things we're discussing tonight, again, it's what we can most control, which are the planning issues.
Okay, so in my note, in my letter to you, I talked about that was the 10 acres and that 1.5 was the ESHA and that at least another 1.5 or 2 are in the slide zone. And you briefly mentioned that earlier. So together that takes away at least 3 acres. So you're really talking about 7 developable acres. And the project people said that they wanted to keep it at the low end, so 4 times 7 means there should be only 28 houses or 28 units. And I think that becomes manageable. 24 to 28 is something where you could have a real street, not a private street. You could have curb, gutter, and sidewalk. You could have a real lane for the fire truck. You wouldn't have to have those houses near the edge, and you could do something about that. And so I think you need to absolutely cut back the number of houses that are here. What else do I want to say about that? Parking in the driveway. Oh, yeah. The idea that you should count parking in people's driveways for those houses that have real driveways as parking spaces, that's ludicrous. We've never done that anywhere, and I don't know why you would do that now. I don't understand why they need to bring in fill when you can knock the berms over and just use that. Why can't you just fill in with the land, the dirt that's on the property? Maybe that's me not understanding engineering. Where eliminate. He interrupted my talk, so I'm going to take a couple more
Keep
seconds.
going, please.
How are you going to guarantee that these smaller homes do not become second homes? Because they'll be, quote, more affordable. We haven't talked about the Whale Rock Reservoir pipeline that goes down Trinidad. I don't know that you can put trails and the kinds of things you're talking about in the ESHA because of the nature, the heavy nature that's in there right now, whether the CCC would allow you to do that. You haven't talked about the asbestos that needs to be accounted for in the buildings that still need to be knocked down. And I think that everyone else will say everything else. And Moral Mist in North Main Street, people don't like that.
Thank you, Betty.
Hi, I'm Ed Griggs. I'm at
Tell me your name one more
Whitby
time,
Street.
sir.
At the last public hearing, RRM Design Group proposed 61 houses, a 61-house plan for the property at 3300 Panorama. Now, according to the land use map plan, on the same 10 acres, zoned R1, for 48 houses. It seems as though RRM Design is tossing home site numbers at a wall to see what sticks, depending on public response. If that is the case, it makes more sense to seriously look at the existing city infrastructure, liability, risk management. Those are the things that will dictate how many houses can be built at 3300 Panorama. When I say infrastructure, I mean the existing access, egress, streets, water supply, sewage, traffic. There are serious geologic issues. Specific mass wasting data on the slope uphill from the project has taken place in the past. There's a history of mass wasting up there. Liability. If there is a mass wasting event on the site after it is approved by the Planning Commission and a permit issued by Morro Bay Planning Division, will the city of Morro Bay be liable, and will its citizens be asked to internalize the cost of such a lawsuit? Given that mass wasting events has already occurred on the site, what are the odds that another similar event will happen? The Oso mudslide on March 22nd, 2014 in Washington State killed 43 people, destroyed 49 homes, resulting lawsuits. They paid out $60 million to the survivors. So after a specific infrastructure geologic study is done on the site, how many homes and attendant lives will be risked according to actuarial science? The circumstances at 3300 Panorama is not exactly the same as the Oso mudslide, and there is no requirement for a CEQA review for this conceptual review. Still, without all these parameters clearly defined, how is it possible to come to any conclusions about how many houses can be built on this site? The history of development and demolition on this parcel suggests that close scrutiny is required to ensure the safety of the safety and financial security of the city of Morro Bay and its citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Betsy Gaudette Cross. I live in Morro Bay. I live on Zanzibar, which is right next to where you guys are talking about doing this. Betty said a lot of what I want to say, so I won't repeat, but first of all, my husband's an attorney and I'm a retired high school teacher. It took me 37 years to be able to afford to move over here from Visalia. So when you talk about affordable housing, is there anything that's going to be in the $300,000 range? No, of course not. So there's not going to be affordable housing. So anybody who says that there will is delusional. Trucks. Every time the garbage comes, no one can get by a garbage truck. Anytime 2 cars are driving up Yerba Buena, we pull over for someone else to go by. 2 cars cannot drive down that street. Fire trucks. Fire trucks, that really scares me. I lost my house in a forest fire in Santa Rosa back in 1964. And I am paranoid of forest fires. And those houses on the top, I would be paranoid to live up there with no way to get down or to have a fire truck come up there. I mean, if there's anybody on the road, that would just scare me to death. I am not against building there. I liked Betty's idea of 24 to 28 or even fewer. I don't understand why an EIR wasn't done before this whole process was started. And the ESHA putting a park next to it is just like bringing big boats into the harbor for the wind farms. You're going to scare away all the wildlife. Thank you.
Thank you, Betsy. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Susan Hammond. I live on Rennell Street, immediately to the edge of this development. I echo all the concerns that have already been voiced. I just want to say that I hope the Planning Commission's primary purpose is to represent the public safety of the people that live in Morro Bay, and that this project presents multiple public safety issues. Some immediate with 75 dump truck runs a day going through our neighborhoods. If you have walked through our neighborhoods.
Could you speak a little more into the microphone for me? Thank you.
The most urgent one would be the public safety issue of 75 dump truck runs going through our neighborhoods. If you have not walked our neighborhoods, I think it's incumbent that you do. We don't have sidewalks, we don't have curbs. Nobody uses their garage for parking. Everyone has their car out on the street, as will the people who live in this proposed development. And I think those number of dump trucks running through where children are, where people walk between cars is very dangerous. I would also say that I know you don't want to talk about the landslide, but it's very confusing to me. I consult the Plan Morro Bay, which is, I understand, the master plan for Morro Bay. It was adopted in August of 21. The entire area, according to the plan, is high potential, and the actual areas of the homes going along Panorama are all in very high potential. The developer seems to be at odds with the Morro Bay plan. I'd like to understand how that's reconciled. I think also that homeowners living in this proposed development will come down Trinidad. They're not going to make a right turn to Panorama to make a left turn in Yerba Buena, and Trinidad cannot accept 100 cars a day. Your road staff said they had to study that. I can tell you, we've studied it. It doesn't work. So thank you. I have lots of other concerns, but I'll limit it to that.
Susan, thank you really very much.
Good evening. My name is Mitch Dallas. I'm a resident of Morro Bay. I live on Whidbey Street, right down the road from this proposed development. I have several concerns about the project. Many of them have already been voiced, so I'll leave those out for now. Some of my main concerns are the traffic impact analysis. within the neighborhood and also the interchange of Highway 1 and Yerba Buena. It's already really busy right there. How is this increased traffic going to be mitigated? I've also heard tonight several people refer to an EIR, and I'm trying to figure out what step we're at in the process, because is the initial study available? Not yet. Do we have a time frame for that?
So we're finishing peer review of the reports, and then they put together an initial study, and then that goes out for public review for a 30-day period. So
Okay.
I'm guessing that would be February.
February. And are the homeowners going to be notified of the release, or is it we have to find out on our own?
I can't remember how the notice is.
The city is required to do public noticing when EIRs are released.
So they'll be sent to the homes?
A notice will be sent with
Okay.
a link.
Great, thank you. Appreciate that. The traffic impacts are the main concern for me, the ESHA concerns as well. The community character is also concerning to me. Having a homeowners association with private streets in our neighborhood just doesn't really fit, honestly. I've been living in the neighborhood for over 25 years. It sounds like we won't be able to go for a walk up through the neighborhood because they're private streets. That's a little concerning to me. Doesn't really seem to fit with the community character. I'm also really concerned about the potential hazardous waste. I know we're not supposed to be talking about that, but the truck trips and associated through the neighborhood with the potential for hazardous waste coming in and out of there. The other concern of mine is the diagrams you guys showed of the fill profiles and the grading. It looks to me, I haven't really looked at them in depth, but it looks to me like it's an attempt to gain views on the upper level housing, rather than just remove the berms that were created to capture the potential spills of the jet fuel. Why not remove the berms and use the natural grade? It looks to me like going 30 feet of fill is just to attain views. So anyways, thanks for your time.
Yeah. Mitch, thank you. Welcome.
Back again. First off, I'd like to say, see that emblem behind you? You've all volunteered to help us on Planning Commission, and I thank you for that. And all we can do is trust you to make the right decision. The rights of a few or the rights of the many. Are we going to be, if they build that, does that give them the right to keep going all the way around? I mean, that's a continuation. And in a court, they'd say, well, you allowed the first one. Why not that 200-acre parcel? We can put 1,200 homes on there. You have to consider the other people are sitting in the wings waiting to see if that passes. Then they will hit you again with the next one down and the next one till they get all the way around. And they will not change in 70 trucks or whatever they trucks a day, if it's done, well, the soil is still damp. I've moved 11 inches towards the beach in 44 years. Remember, they didn't have satellites back then, but I had to have the lots pegged, and the guy goes, my neighbor looks, he goes, oh, you own my fence, huh? And I go, no, we still keep the 6 feet. But that soil moves, and when they come down Yerba Buena, and those trucks are not gonna drive down Whidbey or Trinidad or anything, they're gonna just go boom, boom, and they're out wherever they're dumping the soil. And that means our houses are going to go like this. Our drywall seams will be shot, because some of our homes are 70 years old. How are they going to stand up to this? No one cares. Well, fix it, right? No, but I trust you to make the right decision.
Thank you for saying that. Yeah. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Helene Finger. I am a registered professional civil engineer and a homeowner here in Morro Bay. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on this project. The staff report for this project included numerous planning components, including details down to the level of siting options for the homes. But one critical planning area that should be addressed now is to identify traffic mitigation strategies for this project. Now is the time to address developing active transportation goals for this project and to identify the infrastructure needed for residents to bike and walk instead of the cars and trucks accommodated in the 160, I think I heard, parking spots on this project site. Specifically, at this stage of the planning process, it should now be identified how people walking and biking can access this site and the surrounding neighborhood, not just within the project property. For pedestrians, my suggestion is to add sidewalks to Trinidad Street, which is the site plan shows as the main motorized vehicle site entrance. For bikes, I suggest creating a bike route on Panorama to connect to the bike network on Yerba Buena. The bike network on Yerba Buena crosses at the signalized crossing and connects to the bike network on Yerba Buena that then connects to the north up to Cayucas on the trail that's the Morro Bay to Cayucas Connector Trail project. It connects directly to the south on a very low-stress, family-friendly route that will take you to the high school and beyond. And those are my comments, and hopefully you'll consider implementing some of these ideas as you move forward. Thank you.
Colleen, thank you. Very smart. Hey, Bill.
Good evening, Bill Martini again. I was kind of shocked on the amount of fill for this site. I'm very familiar with it. And, again, right now, if you wanted to create two really beautiful lakes for the neighborhood, it'd be perfect, with it all bermed up. What I was actually wondering is why they don't use the site in its existing configuration. Because I know they mentioned as far as views, but to bring in 89,000 yards of fill and the 4,000 truckloads, you could actually take the existing site and use the flat area as it is. And as far as views, most of that neighborhood are, they don't have the views. So I just don't think the 4,000 trips and the amount of fill, I think the site should probably be configured in its existing form, with those two level areas where the tanks were. And then that aside, I think the layout looked good, but I agree with Bill Roshan that I think the inner works of it with the narrowing of the roads and that you're going to have problems in the future because the rest of the neighborhood, how all the streets are clogged with cars on the streets, that you need to have wider access roads and that in there, I believe, to make it more user-friendly. Just a point of curiosity, as far as the owner of the property, when this went on the market, it also included an 80-plus mile pipeline was part of the deal when you bought the 10 acres. That pipeline starts there, goes over to Lemoore. I know there were problems with that pipeline, and I didn't know if the developer, as far as part of this development, if they were obligated to remove or clean up or mitigate the actual pipeline, if that should be involved, because I know the pipeline starts on this property and goes up.
Nancy, do you know anything about that?
The pipeline has been abandoned and on both ends. So I don't think anyone was obligated to clean the entire pipeline.
So bit removal is not on the table?
No.
Okay, so the pollution along the pipeline's been mitigated then?
The pipeline was empty and sealed on both sides.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Bill. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Hi, Patrick Clary. I live on Rennell. My wife got up and spoke. I can echo things ad nauseum, what everyone said, but I was triggered earlier when one of the first gentlemen got up and spoke about also in Washington State I'm a retired hospital executive, had oversight responsibility for Everett Regional Hospital.
Yeah, speak a little more into the mic for us, yeah.
I'm a retired hospital executive and love Morro Bay, moved here. But I had oversight responsibility for one of the hospitals that was the receiving hospital for that tragedy. You have knowledge that that's a possibility. You have knowledge based on the fact you paid a consultant to give you that information. You don't want to make the wrong decision. That was tragic, and I just can't express how difficult that was for that community, for the people that had to take care of those people, for the first responders. If you have knowledge and can avoid a disaster like that, I think you have a personal and moral obligation to recognize that. Thanks.
Patrick, thank you. Welcome.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jacob Nashke. I live on Woodby Way. My family and I have been visiting Morro Bay since I was this tall. I was a toddler. Fortunately, I'm fortunate enough to have my grandma, and that's the only reason I'm able to live in a place like this. One thing that I noticed that you guys found that was of interest and that caught your attention about the project was the affordable housing. The proposed plan, the smaller units I noticed are about 200 square feet larger than where I live. And I can only imagine that, I know that numbers weren't shared, but I can only imagine that'd be somewhere between, upwards of $1 million. And I don't see anyone, being able to afford that. So I do want, I'm sure you guys will take that into consideration within this project. I share the same thoughts on everybody that's spoken here before in terms of the noise and the traffic and things like that. One thing I haven't heard yet is in the event of an evacuation, Yerba Buena is a bottleneck. With 162 additional parking spots, I can only imagine, like, if we have a flood like we had this last winter, we were trapped and stuck in that area. You couldn't go left on Highway 1. You had to go to Cayucas, and even then you couldn't really do anything there. That is one concern that I have, is in the event of evacuation, whether it be a mudslide or heavy rains or a fire, that bottleneck down there raises concerns to me, and being able to evacuate and safely get out of there. With 162 additional parking spots, I can see Christmas time, everybody's visiting, all those spots are taken up, and if something happens, how does everyone get out? Thank you.
Thank you, Jacob. Welcome.
My name is Jordan Algoet. I live at Tahiti in Panorama there, and I view that neighborhood every day, and trust me, it would change the character significantly to have that many more units. And I'm of the same mindset as Betty was, that I'm not against developing it some way, but it seems like it would basically ruin what is a great walking area, and what's really enjoyed by everyone around there, which is that we can walk there. I don't know where you're going to add more cars, what street. Tahiti is narrow, Trinidad is narrow. You're going to funnel everything to Yerba Buena, which is also pretty narrow, and then you have the problem with that light too, and so I just echo that. It really is, I think, the developers are just trying to get as many units as they want in, and they don't really care about the neighborhood. I think that's pretty obvious, and they don't really offer anything to the people that are living there. Do we have access to that area? Also, what are you going to do with No Name Creek, which goes right underneath that property at the lower end there, is building on top of that something that would impact the way that creek runs through that area. So I just think it's pretty clear that the size of this is really changing the character, will change the character of that area and ruin it in a lot of ways. And I know that we all enjoy it because of how many people are there right now, and it's just ridiculous to put that many more units there. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. Welcome.
Hey, my name's Kevin Hadley. I live on the corner of Tahiti and Tide right there. I noticed in the development that there's one street in, one street out, And I don't fully understand why they don't just extend the streets. If they extended the streets over 4 streets, you had 6 houses on each side, and you're set. It's a lot easier for everyone, and it's less expensive. It doesn't affect the neighborhood as much. And, you know, maybe our streets would actually get paved. Because God knows that hasn't happened in decades. That's all.
Thanks. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Jean Marie Colby, and I live on Whidbey Street. My first set of concerns is about why the environmental impact studies, why the traffic impact studies, why the landslide studies, safety studies, why weren't they all done before people got really invested in this? Because it feels like now that everyone's that's going to stand to make a lot of money off of this is very invested, and they're going to find the answers that they want to find. I mean, maybe that sounds a little cynical, and I am, but when I hear them saying that the small properties are 1,700 square feet, that's not small. That's a lot bigger than many of our homes. And these are gonna be $1 million homes. Let's just face it, this is not affordable housing. It's gonna be for wealthy people. And you know, before we even get to that point, we have all sorts of safety issues in the neighborhood, because this is a neighborhood where we walk our dogs right down the middle of the street, children on bicycles in the middle of the street, and where are we gonna go? We don't have sidewalks. It's gonna be scary when those trucks start rolling down the street. We're not prepared for that. We struggle with parking, and it's gonna change the neighborhood before we even have the houses built. And then this could go on for a really long time. You see these kind of developments where they start the development and people are buying homes, interest rates go up. The whole thing just comes to a halt. The people that are living there, I looked at the Rigetti Ranch homes online. They have these beautiful renditions with all these trees and parks. You drive by there, it's just this giant construction site. Those people might be looking at construction for years and years to come before the parks develop and the trees are put in. So is there a timeline for all of this to happen and be done? And is the developer going to commit to planting trees in that landslide area? And how many? Because I see the pictures are there, but I didn't see it when they talked about what they're going to put in. They're going to put in trails, benches. Are they going to put in trees? They're going to commit to that.
So you know, the landscape plan will be precise.
Okay.
And we'll get a chance to opine on that right down to the size of the trees.
Okay. And my last concern is the landslide area is this one small area, but that was probably done and decided before this last year's storms. Storms are unpredictable, and you know, as the people that built levees for hurricane that didn't hold back Hurricane Katrina, and all over the world this stuff is happening now, how do they know that these houses aren't going to slide when it gets really bad? I mean, this was a really bad year that we just had. We were all looking at the hillside, seeing slippage everywhere. This is another thing that concerns me about getting really invested in building on these hillsides. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Richard Dorflinger. I live on Tahiti. I can see there's a lot of enthusiasm and thought that's going into this, but getting back to the planning issue, a basic issue is how are people going to get into that? The traffic, the roads. I live on Tahiti. According to the map I saw, the only entrance into the development is at the top of Tahiti. Our street will be turned into a highway, and I assume my neighbors don't want their streets to be turned into highways either. We don't want them widened. The cars will be in our not front doors literally, but almost. So the traffic issue is how are they going to get in there? That should have been, it's a big issue. It's a big issue. Thank you.
Richard, thanks. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. My name is Michelle Lester Catteray. I live on Trinidad Street. I have for quite some time now. There's some huge concerns about this, as I can visibly see the mountainside from my front yard, and I've watched it over the last several years that we've had intensive rain. I've watched it break down. I've taken photographs of it as it changes color and changes soil. I've watched copious amounts of water come running down off of that property site, hit the backside of Panorama Street, go down the creek between the condos, go under tide, then come down through all the willow trees and dump out, actually go under Highway 1 and dump out on the ocean. We're about to put on, or the city is proposing putting mass amounts of housing up there with additional runoff, additional concrete. What's going to be done to all of the runoff that we currently can't handle with the rain and the climate constantly changing? This is a big problem. And the other another issue is the amount of traffic going up and down Trinidad Street. Whale Rock Reservoir, the piping goes from Whale Rock down Panorama, and because Panorama was too unstable, it turned down Trinidad and then turned left again on Tide and came back up Nevis and back down Panorama. So are you telling me that those geologists were incompetent and they should have just continued to go across Panorama because it's stable? Did the county make a mistake? Is that now a county pipeline underneath my street? And should the county not be involved in this? And how much weight from those trucks will be on and off of my street? The other thing is they stated they had their traffic study engineer here. Why do we not have a traffic study at all? If he's here, should he have not produced something? We can't afford to have this much traffic when we can barely park our cars in our own driveway and they overhang into city encroached area. People can't park a second car and then have a fire truck come up, because on Trinidad we all know that there's a burnt house that's been sitting there for 2 years, and we had to deal with the fire trucks then trying to show up and put it out at 6 in the morning. When you look at this plan and you see this cul-de-sac, if a fire is coming from the northeasterly direction, how are those people going to get out if they are blocked in this development? There's one way in and one way out. There's no way down. This project, I'm not against building. I get it. We need housing. But these are million-dollar homes. These are going to impact our lives, not the second buyers that are buying their million-dollar homes. We can have building, but it needs to be properly developed for our city, for our town. Thank you.
Michelle, thank you. We're doing well, 40 minutes in. Other people who would like to talk? Oh, Terry, thank you.
Kind of feel like I've been waiting for last call, but I passed out in the chair. My name's Terry Simons, Morro Bay resident. I'm not a resident of the neighborhood, but interestingly enough, I'm a 50-year general engineering contractor, and I deal with dirt a lot, okay? Almost 90,000 cubic yards of dirt, and I think we need a visual here. Imagine the football field at the high school buried 20 feet deep from end zone to end zone, sideline to sideline. That's a lot of dirt. It begs the question, the proponents have made an argument that, well, we're going to assume that the natural grade looked like this. Bullshit. Couldn't possibly have. I can't imagine in 1960 an engineering contractor, even on a government project, wanting to haul 90,000 cubic yards of dirt off that site. I think what they did is they took a site that had a fairly soft base, they pushed some dirt out, built the berms that they needed to protect the tanks. I liked Betty's idea. Let's tell them that we want a net, no fill, no cut project with no import. And there's plenty of dirt there to do that. The only problem is that you won't get those multi-million-dollar top-of-the-hill lots, because what this project really looks like to me is a way to build a road up to the million-dollar view sites and then pay for it with the lesser houses, which are still going to be million-dollar houses, to get up there. So let's... And you can do this. You're the Planning Commission. You can condition projects. There was a concern earlier about what about this centerline road setback issue. I've worked in 5 western states and Hawaii, and most of the jurisdictions that I work with, when there's a private easement the setback lines start at the edge of the easement, not the center line of the easement. That's ridiculous. I've never seen that anywhere. Now, there may be some recent examples, but I haven't seen them. Too many houses, too dense, need you to stand up and say no. Thank you.
Terry, thanks. Anyone else? What I'd like to do. Oh, thank you. Anybody on the Zoom? Chris? Hank? Any hands raised?
There are no raised hands.
Can you hear them?
No. There are no raised hands.
Okay, thank you then. What I'd like to do, because of all your commitment to being here, I'm going to keep the public comment open so that if we do need to engage and go further into a discussion on this, when you hear the Planning Commissioner's comments, we can do that. I want to thank you again. There have been a lot of really smart things said tonight, and I think the concern that you have for your neighborhood, we all love our neighborhood. We all understand why Morro Bay is great, and yes, I think we've all walked your streets. You do have a wonderful place up there, and I can hear it in all the comments. It's our job to balance that with the development intent and development rights. And so now, commissioners, if you're ready, I'd like to go one by one, and we're going to start with Eric. And Eric's going to...
I was going to make a recommendation through the chair.
Mike?
You know, the applicants here, they've worked on this, I believe, for 3 years, going on 3 years, so they had a chance to hear all of the public comment. I'd like to get there.
I'm not going to go there.
Okay,
no.
I just thought only because we're still open. Public comment is still open.
Good idea. Not that we won't, but it's comments open so they can come back up as well.
After the fact.
But let's be specific about the questions, okay?
Go ahead.
Eric.
So when I was a kid, I used to have a friend named Kurt, and Kurt and I didn't live in the neighborhood, but we would skateboard up there because our other buddy, Jeff Frazier, lived on Zanzibar, and we would go up and skate at his ramp, and occasionally we drove up there, but when we drove up there, we were always told, don't park in front of Bob's house or whatever. I can't remember the neighbor's name, but we weren't allowed to park in front of the neighbor's house, so we always had to squeeze in next to Jeff's mom and dad's cars, and it was always snug. This neighborhood is a snug neighborhood, and because it's snug, I think it makes for friendly people, and it's a fun place to walk. You always see people, interesting types. It's an eclectic mix of houses, and that kind of is what makes North Morro what it is. It's this funky last little beach town, maybe other than Cayucos, which has become Malibu, in California, in my opinion. And so when I see the kind of development being proposed, it's sort of sad to me just a little bit because it isn't really how I feel Morro Bay is. I think Morro Bay has its own little vibe, and it's very hard to articulate what Morro Bay's vibe actually is, but we kind of know it when we see it. And I think the best comment I heard tonight was from the fellow in the green jacket there and on Tahiti and Tide. And he said, why don't we just extend the streets up and add 6 houses on each side and match the typology of the tract that you already have? I mean, it's there. It works to some degree. It doesn't work because Whibsies don't go through and there's some other idiosyncrasies, but it just means it solves a lot of the problems that everybody's bringing up. I don't like the idea of bringing in all the dirt. I think that the cut and fill idea where we just take the dirt off the berms and put it back on the side, I think that's a great idea. I think that the problems of you have none of those streets that you live on are even local streets. There's different typologies of street. There's an arterial, which is what Main Street is, and there's a collector, which is supposedly what Yerba Buena is, but Yerba Buena isn't actually designed as a collector. And then there's local streets, which are just a typical local street. And that's the one I was asking the Public Works guys about. It's a 50-foot wide street. On their plan, it's a really wide travel lane with 8 feet of parking on either side and then 6 or 7 feet of sidewalk. Morro Bay doesn't do that. In my mind, I'm glad we don't do that because it would look like Anaheim. But those streets are so narrow that when you drive up and down them, they don't work as collectors. And so to have all the traffic for the entire development going up one street is untenable, in my opinion. It needs to be split across several streets if it's going to be done at all. So that in my opinion, the 3 things that really need to be done is first of all, sorry, more things. Because the streets are so skinny getting up there, we have a range of houses that we can put per acre on this type of zoning, and it's 4.1 to 7.1 or something like that. And I think what's being proposed is on the 7.1 side, and what I'm going to propose is on the 4.1 side. And when you take 4.1 and multiply it times 6.5 acres, you come up with 27 homes. And when you divide 27 by the 3 streets, you get less than 10 per street. And so you get some number plus or minus 4 or 5 on each street. If it was Whidbey, Tahiti, and Trinidad, the alphabet thing in North Mobay, whoever designed the alphabet of those streets needs to be shot because he was wrong in a couple spots. But so plus or minus 27 homes on 3 streets, cut the berm, use the berm to fill up against the bottom of the hill, call it a day.
Mike, would you like to go next?
Yeah, let me go next. I think it's important that, as a planning commission, our role is to apply the current standards that have been adopted by the city for zoning, for requirements on housing, et cetera. So I just, obviously the council could just kill this if they want. I mean, our job is different than the council's. Okay, so I just want to make that clear. So I want to go to staff. Cindy and Nancy, please. Obviously, I feel that the EIR material, our final EIR would be very important. We've gotten a lot of studies already that are very important already, but I need to see that EIR. So I agree with comments that why didn't we get the EIR, in our laps before we're starting this review process, because obviously there's a lot of community concern about what may potentially happen there, okay? We don't know that yet. That's very difficult when you're put in that situation as a planning commissioner. I haven't seen the document I need to see. So I'm very disappointed that didn't happen, okay? Because people are ready to, judge this thing already. We're not there yet. We can't judge the full extent of the impacts of the property or the development, excuse me. And the other thing I'd like to touch on, because you brought it up, and this is very concerning to me, this is a planned development overlay area. Now, there's, requirements for planned development overlay areas, right? And in fact, we're going to be using the current code as well as possibly the new code. We've never been in that position before. We're using an overlay in the current code and the new code. That just goes to show you the difficulty in this whole project. Again, I'm looking at it from a planning commission perspective, not from, I'm also taking in all of the public comment. But again, I'm in a very difficult position because I need to understand current code requirements, new code requirements. Overlay allows for certain things to be done that aren't done in usual developments, right? Right? I mean, we can deviate from the standards in order to make it all work. I'm not thinking about numbers right now. I'm not even thinking about number of units. I'm not even there yet because I can't be there yet. So I'm just there. I'm just to the point where I need more information. I'm not even going to put on, give a speech about my position because I'm not there yet. I mean, there's no way we can start judging this project. So that's where I'm going to end, is that we need more information, and we need the applicant to have the ability to address the concerns that have been brought forward without making speeches, okay? Thank you.
We're looking at Joe next.
There's some general thoughts and then some more specific thoughts. First of all, I've always been one to encourage housing, badly needed housing in Morro Bay, and particularly affordable housing. And it's really indisputable that even with expensive housing, it increases the supply, and at least it reduces the inflation in prices. So that's certainly a value. I'd also remind the audience watching and here that stasis in human environments really doesn't exist, that things are always changing, and we can either participate and try to guide and mold the change or not, but the change will occur. To the applicants, I would say that they're really indisputable concerns, disadvantages to this project. I'll enumerate a few. There's the road damage, there's the prolonged construction sequence, there's additional traffic congestion, reduced safety, loss of open space, albeit degraded space. There's what's going to be a forced reliance on the science of geology, albeit an imperfect science that says anything can be built there safely. So for the applicants, it's absolutely essential that the project so mitigate the disadvantages or present advantages so that the benefit to Morro Bay is indisputable. That's what they need to do. And there are a lot of problems with it at this point. I imagine that when this project continues to appear before us after some of the reports are published and when a more detailed plan is here, that there will be discussions about the expense associated with proposed changes, that it's not economically feasible. Unless I'm made privy to those proprietary pieces of information about the specifics of costs, I am not going to give any weight to economic feasibility, because if I can't examine all the pencil marks, I'm not going to give any weight to the last pencil mark. Okay, now with respect to specifics, it's hard to even comment because there are so many things that are missing. I understand why they're missing. The reports haven't been finished. Applicants don't want to, perhaps even want to incur additional expenses until they're required to do that. But I will comment. I suspect that the parking provisions are inadequate, and I will need some evidence to prove to the contrary. I suspect that the traffic circulation inside the project and outside the project is inadequate, and I will need evidence to prove to the contrary. There certainly need to be guarantees that the public space will remain public space in perpetuity. The 4,000 or so truckloads seems very onerous. The construction in phasing seems very onerous. It needs to be reduced. I definitely think the applicants are pushing the envelope on the size of the project.
You mean the density, yeah?
The density, yes. I need, as I said earlier, I need evidence of the adequacy of the homeowners association self-policing the parking arrangements, and as I said, I believe the parking arrangements are inadequate. I personally will need to examine this business about, and again, I'm anticipating, and perhaps I shouldn't in terms of we don't have the geological studies in front of us, but this mass wasting incident possibility requires that we really examine what the liability of the city might be in the event of something that's disastrous and unanticipated. And finally, there's the issue of the additional community benefits. I mean, I would guess, and perhaps the applicant has actually stated in so many words, that the additional community benefit is this open space. But let's be honest, it's open space right now. Albeit not as finely manicured. I suspect that there has to be additional community benefits for any project, let alone the one that's been described so far. And that's it.
Thank you, Joe. Asia.
Is the area like a hikeable
Talk
area
right into the mic
now?
for me.
The area, it's open and accessible. When I went, it was all fenced off. Sure, yeah, you can see it. It's not public access space.
Private property.
And private property. And then the land outside of it is county property, not private property. And that's the boundary of the city of Morro Bay goes behind this property, correct? Or along this property?
That's the boundary, the city limits, and then I think beyond that is the sphere of influence.
I see, okay. I just wanted to clarify that. I think there's like the other commissioner said, there's a lot of unanswered questions, a lot of concerns from the community about things that aren't totally clear. I know one thing in the Esh area, the water coming down that goes under that culvert. I think that there was some lack of clarity around that discussed. So I think that once some of the EIRs and studies come out, that'll be really helpful. And helpful, maybe we can get a deeper understanding of the EIR and figure out how to communicate that understanding to the public. So beyond that, what we have right here, the design and planning issues that we can actually comment on today, I'll go over some of those things now. So when Nancy gave her presentation, she talked about some of the things that as the Planning Commission we will have to accept if this were the design that came forward for the project. That was allow, yeah. We would have to recommend to the City Council to allow. So one of those things was the height determination using an alternative method. I'm just doing this to remind everyone what we have input on right now. The driveway length for the B and C aisle homes, what the public benefits are, as Joe just mentioned, and then some of the design guidelines. So I just want to make some comments on those things. And I want to start with the driveway length, because I know that this is of the B and C row of housing. These are the smaller lots with the non-existent driveways and the required parking for inside of the garages. And I know that this is more condo style type of parking and living, smaller yards, units that are smaller and so supposedly affordable by design. This is easy for me to conceptualize because if you go into some of the newer developments in the county, a lot of them have this type of development, and the people who are able to buy these homes in very expensive places, even like San Luis, are first-time home buyers. They are families, and they do park their cars in garages, even if it's annoying. And they are part of HOAs that they pay fees to and get fined if they don't park in their garages. And so I would really encourage everyone just to maybe check some of those developments out, because they do exist, they are local, and it made me, being able to go to those developments and see that design pattern gave me a little bit more confidence in a development like this. That said, of course, if this were to move forward, I would want some really specific information on the cost of the proposed cost, or what market rates would look like for those smaller affordable by design units. I think I'd want some more information or some more discussion around what the affordable housing intent would be from the city, like who makes that decision, what are our options for that, can we request more units? I think that as we discussed decreasing the number of units, which I totally understand, the impact is going to be huge on the neighborhood. But as we discuss decreasing the number of units as an option, I want to draw attention to the fact that we will likely lose any affordable by design units the more we decrease the number of allowed units. And I know people don't think that those affordable by design units are affordable. They're not, of course. We live in a coastal town in California, but as someone who's trying my hardest to buy my first home here, anything under $1 million is now considered affordable, which is horrible. But that's what's happening here. And that is the missing middle in the county, which is really unfortunate. And God help us, Federal Reserve, please lower the interest rates. So I just want us to think about that. What does it mean when you have a project with 48 units, if you require a developer to lessen the number of units, you're losing your affordable units in a lot of ways.
Require that they have more.
And so that should all be a part of the discussion for sure. And then public space, I have to agree with Joe. Like, I think it's important to the community to know what is the public space benefit that's being offered. It's a park. There was like some trail access that was highlighted in pink in the presentation. My understanding is that is open accessible to the whole community. My understanding is that they're proposing the public open space would be an accessible park, and so I think that's an amazing benefit. I'm thinking about living over by Del Mar and being able to walk to Del Mar and how huge of an impact that is on those neighborhoods, and how can we create something or how can we get something out of this development that's as beneficial as a park like Del Mar.
You already walked to Del Mar.
And so,
Where do you think
yeah, these are some of
Please,
the,
no calling out, please.
These are just some of the things that I'm thinking about as a mom of 2 young kids. I'd rather walk across the street to a park than a couple blocks away. I'd rather not get in my car to drive to some of these public benefits that I think we can really capitalize on for this project. So however we move forward, I'd really like to focus on those benefits.
Asia, thank you.
Yeah. Oh, my last comment is on
Please.
local preference for sales. This is something else I've seen done in the other developments in the county, is that residents and people who work in the town that is getting a development, they have first come, first serve for purchasing a home. So that I know that's something that developers can volunteer to do. I've seen it be very effective.
Thank you. My turn. What's that? It is, but you have to ask to come up. So let me finish, and then we can see if we want to go further. I guess I'd like to back up a touch. A lot of the concern was, what is a conceptual review? And I think this is likely to be a very successful conceptual review. The reason is, and I want to thank staff for doing a conceptual review, is that this is an advantage for the developer to hear firsthand the concerns and the possible mitigations from the community. This is a very large, big thing. It also allows us to hear from you. And so before the project goes to the point of let's say no return, we can advise and encourage the developer to think through these concerns. I've had the great privilege of being a planning commissioner and running hundreds of meetings. The concerns I hear tonight are not unusual: traffic, density. But in this case, you've made an unbelievably, at least to me, convincing argument why, based on the nature of your neighborhood and the infrastructure and the density that's proposed, why I think the developer has to do better. The developer has been taking lots of notes. I thank you for that. I'm not going to repeat and go through the litany of comments because you've heard it from the commissioners, you've heard it from the community. I'm going to make my specific comments. One thing I would like to offer is that this does go both ways. So I've heard a lot of concerns about runoff and things like that. I was talking with Debbie in the break, and she made the point, which I think is true. When you build a development like this, you will better control the drainage. That's one point, and what she's saying, in my experience as an architect for 40 years, is right. That's an advantage. We can find ways to allay fears when they work. That being said, we've heard a lot of impacts. Terry and Betty have a plan that there's too many truck traffics. it sounds like an inordinate amount of fill coming into the neighborhood, which I think is a real impact. I think the developer can do better. That ties back to setting the grades, looking at other alternatives. I know this might be your first choice, but I would ask as a commissioner to see other options, that better, I think, answer the natures of the site and the impacts to the neighborhood. The narrow center, I ask a lot of questions about it. I'm dissatisfied as a planner, as an architect, as a commissioner that that's a successful solution. I think it's an odd situation in the middle of an S development. I was not convinced by your arguments, as the other commissioners I don't think were either. So I'm going to ask you, if you could, give us examples, give us alternatives to putting those small scale, small lot units there. Also, we talked about price point. There has to be some way that you can convince us that small lots are actually a benefit. And I don't know how you're going to do that because, again, I don't understand this model, but I think you have to try. And if you want to build our confidence and our support for a project like this, we have to allow for the height. That's a decision by the planning department and the commission. We have to discuss the small lots, if that's allowable. The other character things I heard a number of people talked about the character, and I think it's a real thing. I listened and I heard what you're saying. I'm not convinced that this project fits the character of the neighborhood. I'm not sure how you're going to change it to make it do that, but I will come up with one thought, which is density, and we've all said that. Is the density too great? So all of these are challenges for the developer and the team. Thank you so much for bringing your whole team here tonight. I think you're trying hard, we're trying hard, and I think the community is trying really hard. I hope you'll listen, and I hope you won't give up on us, but come back with alternatives. We would really, I think, love to see that. A final thing is, maybe it's not so much right now, but with all these issues, another good point was just the timeline for construction. Because of the difficulty and the impacts getting in and out of the site, I think we need to know that. The traffic issues are going to be answered by density questions. Possibly you'll come back with a better solution there. That's what Eric said, and I'm saying the same thing. That's my best encouragement. And I think last, was it Colleen who talked about bikeways and sidewalks? Yeah, I thought it was brilliant. And I do think you have to figure out what the community benefit package is beyond repairing roads to the same condition they were in the beginning. It's not enough. And so do please think of those things. And I'm trying to be encouraging, but saying that a well-crafted project is essential here. And it's necessary, I think, to make it fit.
Yeah. And just before we go to the next step, which I hope is giving the applicant the opportunity to start that process, could start giving us feedback on what we've heard. So the first question I asked the applicant was this. I said, what is your option B? They said they didn't need an option B. Remember, I started this whole process with what you're ending up with, Chair. We need other options. They said we were good to go, right? That's where we started. But you're seeing that maybe this commission and the city council ultimately will want to see something different. So given that, I'd like to, before I go to the applicant, I'd like to just ask Nancy, because you're heavily committed to this project. What were the major issues? Because I asked the applicant and I asked you, what were the major issues that you see coming out of this project that needed to be dealt with, other than, because we're going to get a lot of information from everybody, but you've got the best information because you've been working on it the longest. What are the major issues you see with this project?
Well, I think the issues that we brought this to you for today, you've addressed. So you had a kind of a strong finish and a lot of other concerns that weren't really about the design on the site. But I think we've got enough information from you on the design on the site and the layout and the density and the height, that they can go back and look and see how they can address those. So I guess my question is, typically you don't do another conceptual hearing, and if the applicant is clear enough on the direction you've given, then I would guess they were going to go back and see if they can address those items, resubmit to staff, and then move forward after we have the environmental study done.
Yeah. With another
Or
conceptual
decision.
hearing or an application?
Well, I'm thinking they've already done an application, but I'm thinking if you feel that your instructions are clear, and they sound like they are to me, that they can move forward with their plan to present for a decision.
Yeah. And the reason I asked, Nancy, is because you had a 45. You said 45 is good. It's in our plan, right? Housing, 45 units is good. So remember, we've been given a number way below that. Remember, as a planning commission, we've got to apply guidelines, housing requirements, right, with the new laws.
That's problematic for the city because if they don't hit their housing element goals, they have to find those units somewhere else.
Yeah, and that's
the burden on the city, not on the applicant.
That's right, and that's the point I'm trying to make, is because with the new laws that were already passed, with the new slate of laws that are coming on board next year, this applicant could wait us out and slam us with 70 to 80 units again and make the point, and prove it, by the way, and prove it. And it's like one of those where you can't challenge the developer. Right? That we could be in that position. Be careful what you ask for. What I'm saying is that we can work with the applicant, but I'd like the applicant now to have the opportunity to take some input, come back, consider everything that we're throwing at them.
And Mike, if I could add,
sure.
I think I would offer that this commission would be willing to do another conceptual review where we would invite the community to be a part of it. I think the complexity of this site deserves that kind of attention. And honestly, again, as I've done so many of these, this is not a usual condition. This is a really hard problem to solve. And if the developer and his team can be a partner with us, we can get there to something reasonable and fair that works for the community. So I would, and I know somebody made fun of me for saying nodding heads. If we can all nod heads, that we would be willing to do another conceptual.
And I'd like to add to Commissioner Roshan that I've done hundreds of these too. You're from the south, I'm from the north. I came from the Bay Area. I was a planning commissioner there, and we built a brand new Levi's Stadium and 4,000 new homes, which nobody wanted. You know what? It's the hottest market right now anywhere in the state of California. So it can be done, but I'm not saying do anything at this point. We need more information. We need the applicant to be involved. Right now, they gave us their vision, and then we've slammed them. We've slammed them. Yeah. Oh, really? I'm just saying, let's hear from the applicant. Yeah, oh yeah, it's your turn. Finally, you get to respond. And I'd say leave the window open. Leave the window open for the applicant to respond.
So another conceptual review.
Your option. You don't have to do that. I'm suggesting that we're willing to do it, and I'm asking if the community would do it. If you're indifferent to that, I mean, that's your choice.
I need to talk to the landowner about that.
Yeah.
But if we were going to do that, I would ask that you don't have us do a full application and dot all the I's and T's and I's before we come back to you. If you want to see different layouts, if you want to see different solutions, I'd rather not go through the full extent.
Nancy, is that a problem?
No, I think they can do that.
Yeah, I think I'm comfortable with it as well. And I think the community's starting to understand the advantage of that.
Yeah, to me, a conceptual review, the advantage is you're giving us feedback before the EIR. If you wait till after the EIR, yeah, you have more information, but it's
I think that's
baked.
true, yes.
Yeah. And that was the beauty of this, of coming before the EIR.
And would you agree? That we should have had the EIR prior to conceptual review, because we're going to have, that would have been information we need as part of the decision-making process. No,
I don't agree.
Usually I get. Yeah. No, I'm just saying that.
Yeah, I think
we don't
it-
have information we need in the decision-making process.
I don't know how to answer, I don't know how to address at this moment, how do we reduce the number of units and still
I don't think we're
have-
asking you for a solution on the spot, so I'm going to say,
Okay.
I don't think, unless
But
you
I-
have a specific comment you'd like to address.
A question for you. On a development, usually we decide we're going to do a lot of large lots. That's the easiest. But your general plan says that's not what we're supposed to do. And your housing element says 45 units. If you do less than 45, then you have to make that up in other areas. How, from a planning commission standpoint, not from a community standpoint, from your standpoint, how much are you thinking is the right amount for Morro Bay?
Commissioners, I'm going to say that we have to test that. We're not going to give you a number, I don't think. I do think the housing element is not necessarily the governing document for your site. So I would say that going below the 45 is very reasonable to make it work. I think what we're looking for is a plan that works, and we would like to recommend that to the community rather than, I think, something that's a compromise.
I might say, that's actually, to repeat, we are looking for a plan that can work, and that's an ambiguous term, and you're going to try the best you can to come up with that plan, and we will try as well. And the reason we're suggesting a second go at this is because we understand the difficulty of trying to develop this kind of, and I'll call it, a compromise.
So if you don't mind.
Nancy, please.
So the plan that they submitted was in accordance with the zoning code, both zoning codes. They didn't exceed the density. They stayed within the developable areas. The primary purpose for the conceptual hearing, and I think there's been a lot of valuable input tonight, but the primary purpose was to look at a plan that complied with the zoning code and talk about the 3 or 4 areas that they deviated slightly. So that was height, and that was judging the front setback from the center line of the road. That was design review elements and public benefits. So I mean, I can understand the applicant's view that we've been working on this project since, I don't know, 2021, 2022. And generally, you come out of a conceptual design review with constructive, easy to follow instructions, but I mean, it sounds like based on your comments, and I understand where you're going and I understand what they're based on, but from the applicant's standpoint, you just blew up the plan.
Yes. And Nancy, and through the chair, the point through the chair, the point I was trying to make is, as a planning commissioner, we were following the standards, the existing standards, new standards, and we were using overlay. That's our job. That, you know, the next level will be the one that gets to blow it up, not me. All right, thank you.
I guess my response would be that density is an issue, the infill is an issue, the character and safety of the neighborhood are issues. Oh, I'm sorry, the fill. They're major. And when I look at the context, I worry. Why that wasn't brought up before, I can't really tell you, but I would feel remiss if we didn't speak to it now. My hope is that and I do think that good design can get somewhere on this, but it's going to take a second look. Now that's what, and I think that's what we're saying up here pretty much across the board. Eric?
I would add the circulation is constrained in that part of town, and that is a big negative to everybody in this part of town, and to that I can't emphasize that. That's why I request a lesser density in that specific site, because they don't have the access. They don't even have local streets. They have less than local streets as access to what is a relatively large single access development, and that for me is a big kill. And that combined with the fill, which was huge and unnecessary in my opinion, are my major issues.
And I have to say, I've done enough projects to know that oftentimes import kills projects. So a more thoughtful way to handle the infill, the import, would be a good idea.
Can you take a little more public comment?
Sure. Commissioners, are we okay with that? Yeah, we'd welcome it.
A quick comment. With the 48 houses that are planned at 2 bathrooms per plus the ADUs, how exactly is it that our archaic Main Street sewer line is going to handle this? We've already had a blowout over that dumped over, 10,000 gallons of raw sewage into the cloisters? How is this building?
It's a fair question, and staff, I think, should address it. Yeah.
Yeah. How is that going to how is our city going to handle the infrastructure? Thank you.
But I'm not asking you to answer it now. No. Yeah. Let's keep them quick.
Thank
Gary?
you, Bill. That will be quick. I have 2 points. Many jurisdictions, more progressive jurisdictions and local jurisdictions that have dynamic topography, and that's what this site is, use what's called a slope density factor. In what I visualize as the revised grading configuration of this site, you would have a relatively gently sloping area going from the street up over the tops of where the tanks were, and then you would abut a steeper slope going up to the premium view lots. That lower area would have a much higher density than the upper premium view lots. Whether you ever can actually get to the back of the property line the way this project did, I don't know. That's for the designers to figure out. The thing that I've heard the best tonight is the idea of extending the existing streets, this existing grid pattern, at least as far as the break point of the soft slope before it hits the big embankment. We have a lot of experience with building houses on steep slopes in Morro Bay. We know how to do it, but it's going to be less dense, and they're going to be more expensive, but they're going to be $1 million views. That's what the developer needs to make this thing pencil. So I think if they came back with 3 extended or 4 extended streets going up to the toe of the hill and then a cross street across the top with a series of very expensive, very high value view lots across the top, I think it would work.
Thanks, Terry. Hi, Betsy.
Just one quick comment. Trying to be positive, we could do one-way streets. So because I'm trying to be positive. But that still does not solve the problem of all the extra homes. And if there were a fire and I can't get past that, all you need to do is think about Hawaii and how all those people tried to escape. We can't all go out on Yerba Buena.
No, I think we've said it all before. If we're not going to say something new, I'm going to ask you, welcome.
There was one reference to the open space being appreciated. We have open space. We live less than a mile from Del Mar. It was a great victory when my 2-year-old daughter could walk all the way there. So we don't need more. We're good. We have Del Mar. We also have a very large beach within walking or riding a bike distance.
No more.
Plenty of open space. There's no benefit to a planned open space.
Thank you. We started with you. Maybe we can end with you. What do you think?
Be grateful you're not the Lahaina Planning Commission being besieged by developers. I mean, you can imagine, you're hearing from one what they've got. This is our life on this section of town. And those poor people in Lahaina are being threatened with pink, green, and yellow stucco boxes for expediency, and their whole thing is wiped out.
This was not an easy discussion tonight, so I do say thank you. With that, I'm going to close the public comment, and we're going to take a brief break, and then we've got one more case to solve. And a big thank you to everybody who sat through the hearing. Chris, Hank? We're on. Commissioners, we've got 2 more items we need to get through. I would like to do, if I could, Joe's letter. Can we do that quickly?
Sure.
Have you all had a chance to read it?
Mm-hmm.
Do we have any comments from the commissioners?
I have some comments.
Okay, Mike?
By the way, Joe,
Oh. If we, council member. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe, for putting this together. I talked to you earlier and I said I loved your letter. I love the content. Now my whole goal is to improve.
You're talking to the mic. I can't hear you.
My whole goal is, probably because everybody else is talking, my problem is to, whenever I look at something, how can I improve it if possible? I like the content. That's what it's all about for me. But I think when you read the subject, it says review a planning commission letter to city council regarding small cottages on the waterfront located 451471. They say, okay, well, I'm not interested in that. What really is in the letter is about preserving existing community character, historical preservation, downtown design district, joint meeting, and Morro Bay lease policy. So what I'm saying is if we could expand this a little bit to give more information on what this letter really has in it, because I would read it. When I looked at this, I said, and then when I looked at the content of the letter, this was much more useful for me versus if we could just, on the subject, we could expand that to include some of those other elements in the letter.
I'm not either.
I think that the emphasis of Joe's letter is specifically on the site, on the waterfront, and the other things are in support of that discussion. I don't think they're in addition to a separate discussion.
Yeah.
I think that's right.
Yeah. But I'm just saying there's so much in that letter. It's like kind of trying to shove everything in a little bag, and because these are all major issues we're dealing with.
So
that's it.
Can we just say yes to the letter? Are we good?
Sure. Yes to the letter. Oh, public comment, yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
they do public.
is it actually?
Yeah.
It's listed? Yes, please.
Yeah,
Can I invite anybody up who would like to speak?
Why not?
Oh, good. Bill, this was your idea, so thanks for coming up.
In trouble. No, I just kind of wanted to reiterate that with the offshore wind, you hear about industrial sites that they're looking for. This is probably the last industrial, marine industrial site on the Embarcadero, along with the 2 little places on the end that I think are very historic. Measure D at the north end of town, I know I've heard this a dozen times, states that it's exclusive from Beach Street North is for fishing and fishing related only, and yet I hear they're going ahead and talk about expanding the T-piers to accommodate the offshore wind. And so there's the conflict on, does the state override Measure D if they're actually pushing, industrial use into Measure D? And is Morro Bay shooting themselves in the foot by taking the only real industrial waterfront site and converting it into, I think it's motel that's being proposed there. So I wanted to add that on top of, saving these 2 little, what I think is kind of classic Morro Bay fishing village type residences at the southern end, if they could be repurposed, but not to lose the last commercial industrial, site for maintaining the bay in that same lease site. Or
Thank
just
you, Bill.
at least think about it, yeah.
Yeah, did you have a chance to read the letter?
Briefly, but I didn't go, just slightly.
Okay.
But I just wanted to bring up maybe the Measure D and the remainder of that
Great.
site too.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Others, public comment? Chris, Hank, anybody on the queue? Hand raised?
There are no raised hands in the queue.
Oh,
Mr. Chair,
Harry.
I just wanted to echo your earliest comments on this item before you moved it to the back of the agenda. I think the Planning Commission was inappropriately kept out of the loop on this whole issue. And I think that as a matter of protocol, that the city should look to the Planning Commission to make early comments on a lot of the RFPs that go out through the city staff operation. And this is one that I really think that you're a little too late to come in on. Maybe the proposed developer won't be able to move forward with this because of economics, and you might get another shot at it. But I think you need to make a stronger statement to the council in general about keeping your state mandated body to help the city manage its planning issues. You're not just a simple little advisory board. You are state mandated, and you need to assert your authority. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Betty? Got it. Thank you. Jamie?
Jamie Irons, Moore Bay, thanks. Joe, I want to say thanks for meeting with me on this subject. And my comments are a little bit different. The council made a decision on this action. As I understand it, and as I reviewed the policies, there's latitude for Planning Commission to make recommendations on things. There's nothing specific about a council action. I find that to be the line. And I think perhaps in the future, with a joint meeting between the Planning Commission and the council, that should be discussed, because this has already been a council action that's been made. Thoughtful letter, Joe. But to come back after a council decision and say, hey, we recommend this, to what end? You know, is there going to be another point? Well, hey, I think we should have this subject and make another recommendation on some council decision. As an advisory board to council, I would ask that you think about that and revisit that with council. Though it may be allowed in the policies and procedures, I think there's a fine line here, and I would ask that you revisit that in the future. Thanks.
And what is that fine line? Anybody else? With that, do we need to take a vote? Cindy?
I apologize for being slow. I'm just trying to assimilate what was just said. I thought that the letter, when I read it, used that as an example, the little houses, but you were talking about a more broad policy, and I totally agree with your letter. So thank you for doing that work.
Thank you, Betty.
And I'm going to jump on this, because if Betty we were dealing with broader, that's all I was trying to say, Joe. We were dealing with broader, as the gentleman before, and Betty, we were dealing with broader policies that I wanted to put the spotlight on. And so they agree. Betty agrees with me. Thank you.
Do we need to poll the commission, Cindy?
No, I think you can all do a voice.
We can all nod.
Yes. In this
Yes.
situation,
Yes.
as a letter.
Thank you for doing it, Joe. Zara, I hope that helps. Let's go to the last case here, actually the first case. I'd like to introduce public hearing. This is Plan Morro Bay Zoning Code / Coastal Implementation Plan, map amendments. There's 7 different situations. The first, Cerrito Peak, I think we have 2 recusals we're going to have to do on that one. So Cindy, how do you want to do this? Can we do it as a group, like 2 through 7?
Yes, so the way that I set up the presentation is that the Cerrito Peak property would be discussed first. So I can, when I get to that slide, I can pause the presentation, just get through the introduction, or you can recuse yourself until I complete,
So we can recuse now. The 2 of us, 3 of us will still be here.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And Mike, can you run the meeting? Sure. Thanks.
I'll do it from here. No, they can actually.
Just for the sake of the public, there's 2 of us own property nearby the Cerrito Peak parcel.
Yeah. And then, so I guess point of clarification, am I giving the whole presentation?
Yeah, why don't you just go ahead and give the staff presentation, and then we'll go from there.
Okay.
Are they going to step out for the whole item, or are they going to come back?
That was my point. It's a very brief
Yeah.
presentation. so I can-
Why don't, if we can get a majority, the three of us to vote in affirmative, I think that won't be a problem, but if we need, does that sound about right?
Yeah, and I think,
Because we can do it. We can move it on a 3-0 vote.
and I think I might hear Scott trying to chime in.
Oh, Scott.
I thought I heard some audio.
Yeah, so can you hear me?
Yes.
So I think it's fine, Cindy, if you want to introduce the topic and then just speak specifically to the first Cerrito Peak item, and then get the decision from the remaining planning commissioners, and then give the rest of the presentations for the rest and have them vote on it for that. Does that make sense?
So Scott, for clarification, would we vote on that one item, the three of us, and then get the rest of the commission back and then do the rest? Scott?
Yeah, exactly. Like have Cindy do the beginning of the presentation through the Cerrito Peak. You said that was your first
Yes.
topic, Cindy, first map?
Yes, but I have one resolution, though, so I don't know if that makes a difference.
Oh, it does. That's right. Yeah, they can't separate it out if there's only one resolution.
Scott, can I clarify, Scott? Could the three of us approve this item?
Yeah, I mean,
We have a majority.
that's the other thing, is there is a quorum, and so should you agree with the staff recommendation, we don't necessarily need those other votes.
Scott, is that okay?
So we can do the opposite. We can bring the other two back in. You can get input from them on the other items minus the Cerrito Peak piece. But then they'll have to leave, and the decision making will be made by you three on the resolution. But at least you can have input from the other two on the other map items.
Yeah.
Does that be helpful?
Yeah. So what's the preference of the planning commission? Is that okay? Good. Let me go get them.
Okay, so we'll pause for a second until they come back. Okay, thank you, Scott.
But you want to explain it to those two when they get back, Cindy?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
And I think Mike is talking to them in the hallway as they are entering the building.
Yeah.
No, you guys don't get to vote.
So the chair, Roshan, and the other commissioner have returned. Eric Meyer have returned. Thank you. Give it back to the chair.
And so we will, I'll give the presentation, we'll have discussion, and then you'll recuse yourself at the deliberation.
Great, thank you.
Because we have one resolution. Okay, well, thank you. Good evening.
Yes.
So I have a short presentation for everyone. And so this item before the commission is a public hearing to consider zoning map amendments to the city's zoning code / coastal implementation plan. You will recall at the October 3rd, your meeting, you had a public hearing where you adopted Resolution 1523, which forwarded a favorable recommendation to the City Council to make various amendments to the city's zoning code implementation plan. And it is that zoning code that implements the city's adopted 2021 General Plan, LCP, also known as Plan Morro Bay. Since that October 3rd public hearing, it did come to staff's attention that there were additional errors in the city's adopted 2022 zoning map, where it was found to be inconsistent with the land use. And so the presentation outlines 8 properties around town where we found these inconsistencies. As noted on the screen, state law does require a city's zoning map to be consistent with its adopted land use map, and so this is a cleanup action that the staff is requesting to make 2 maps consistent. As part of the final package of zoning code amendments, so this will be going to the City Council for consideration of the Commission's recommendation to them at their November 14th meeting as a public hearing. And as part of this final package, as I said, staff's recommending that Planning Commission review the items and forward a recommendation for adoption to package these zoning map amendments along with the previous amendments that you voted on. There are 8 properties around town. Items 2 through 6 are all public properties. Beyond Eagle Rock, or also known as Cerrito Peak, is the police station, the city fire station, City Hall Community Development Building, Community Center Building, and then the Morro Bay Public Library. 393 Zanzibar and 2830 Alder are privately owned properties. And in each of these cases, you can see on the screen where there was a need to change the zoning to the designation on the screen here. For each of these properties, I prepared in the lower left corner what the land use map looks like. And in the upper right corner, you will see how the city adopted the zoning in 2022 and what staff recommendation is on the image on the far right.
Cindy, I'm sorry to interrupt, but can you skip by this slide? Chair Roshan and Commissioner Meyer can't speak to that, so they can speak to the other ones, though, okay?
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right.
This is the adopted land use map for all of the city facilities, and I'd like to draw your attention to the solid blue parcels there, solid blue images there. This is identifying the public facilities that are showing a public facility land use designation. And so this is the police department, it would change that from community commercial to public facilities. For fire, same thing, it would be public facilities community commercial to public facilities. We have the City Hall and the Public Works / Community Development Building, as well as the Community Center. Yes. Yeah, sorry. And then as well here, the Public Library. That's changing that from community commercial to public facilities. And then the two privately owned properties, this is 393 Zanzibar. It's a little bit hard to see on the land use map, but there is a blue arrow pointing to that it was adopted as residential, but inadvertently the zoning changed it to commercial, and then the proposal would be to change it to residential. And then 2830 Alder, this is a property where we did get some public comment on this, but the land use changed that to community commercial. The zoning identifies it as residential medium. It should be neighborhood commercial. As part of the general plan update process that we went through when we adopted the land use plan in 2021, is it looked at various properties around town, identified that there was an existing commercial use at the site. It was a motel. I've talked to this property owner multiple times, and he does support the change to commercial zoning, and of course it's the commercial land use. But this was a situation where we wanted to avoid making properties non-conforming. We were recognizing existing on-the-ground land uses, and we had this conversation with the General Plan Advisory Committee and previous Planning Commission about, the goal of the zoning code update was to make the zoning code easier and eliminate inconsistencies and gaps. And in this situation, that was why the thinking is to make that community commercial as you see in that land use map. So I just wanted to give some context on that. These proposed zoning map amendments did not by themselves require any additional environmental review because, as noted in the previous Planning Commission meeting, it's consistent with the previous programmatic EIR that was prepared for the Plan Morro Bay project. And so that finding is in your resolution before you. And so I do have my recommendation, but that is the conclusion to the presentation. And so I think probably this is the point where
well, we need to do public hearing, right?
We're going to do public comment, and then you'll recuse yourselves. Okay, so I will leave it at that, and available to answer any.
We can do public comment on anything but the Cerritos Peak.
Yes.
One.
Yeah.
Should I do that? Yeah. Then we can all hear that.
Yeah.
Anybody want to speak on anything other than Cerritos Peak?
Terry Simons, Morro Bay. I had some questions about the process involved in bringing in, I understand the need for the public facilities clearly something that just, the ball got dropped and it needed to be cleaned up. The private property owners seem to be, I hate to use the word benefiting, but they've avoided the necessity for applying for their own rezoning, if you will. What about other members of the community that want to get property rezoned? How does that process currently work? Do we have the 3 times a year program for public application for rezoning that a lot of agencies have, state law? That's all I have. Thanks.
Cindy and Scott, do you have any answer for Terry?
Sure. So when we, in this situation, we're just making it a conforming change to match the land use map. So the land use has already been changed. But when we adopted the land use map in 2021 with Plan Morro Bay, there were multiple properties throughout town. Multiple might be a strong word. But there were some situations where on a citywide level, we did some cleanup, we did some refinement to the land use map. We looked at existing on-the-ground land uses. We looked at, what makes sense for, what should the land uses in the zoning be. So in that situation, yes, there were some property owners where the land use might have changed, the zoning might have changed, and it negated them needing to do that. But in those situations, it was recognizing what was there. If someone wanted to come forward to us today and they wanted to apply for a land use or zoning map amendment, we are limited to no more than 3 times a year. And yes, that is correct.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak? Betty?
Thank you. I do want to speak to the consistency, because in looking at that, I looked at the El Morro school property, and that is currently zoned high density, which doesn't match its use, which is public facility as a school, and there is a school, or at least a couple of educational projects that are on that property. So my question to staff was, why is that not being changed to match the land use as well? And it seems to me that you all need to do that to maintain this legal, so as not to do legal nonconforming, but to make everything consistent with the land use. And so I would bring up that you need to change the zoning on that property as well. And if I might, this, because it gets to it, I have what is on there is the old zoning map in the 2015, which then became the 2022, and it was brought up in the last item about the island streets. And if you notice, can you find the maps?
Multiple files.
Just is there no just the maps on there?
Oh, which one did you want?
Both of them.
There's some other ones too, though.
Oh, ignore those guys.
Hold on 1 second. Here we go. Go ahead, Betty.
So, I'm not sure which one's going to come up first, but what you'll notice here is, and this was in the staff report earlier, see the yellow that you were discussing earlier, that's R1, or, the lower zoning, but somehow all of the islands got changed to higher density. And I don't know how that happened or why, because if you look at the other map that she'll bring up in a second, they're all consistent. And that's why that was, see how they're all the same color. And that was the zoning map before the 2022. And so my question is, how did that happen, and why did all of a sudden R1 change to R2 on all of the island streets? And is that a concern? So the school and that. Thank you.
Thank you, Betty. Cindy, Scott?
Sure. So for the school, it really isn't an inconsistency. My response to that, the school versus the Alder Street property. So yes, the school property is zoned R4. It's been zoned R4 for decades. It's been that way. The Planning Commission did discuss the land use and the zoning of the elementary school site when we were doing that general plan update process. And there was discussion about whether or not that should be changed to something that is more what's there. At that time, the Planning Commission decided to keep it as a high-density residential. There was a multiple of uses there. You can, there isn't a public facility there. They rent it out to various businesses. And so it was just, the commission decision at the time was to keep the zoning and the land use there as it is. Very similar to the Alder Street Motel, which was what's there now, let's just leave that there. But in any event, we would not be able to change the zoning because the scope of tonight's hearing really is to correct the inconsistencies with the land use, and that's
Okay,
where we.
so let's move on. And then the,
So for the other one, so the RM is not R2 zoning. It is a medium density residential that allows 7 to 15 dwelling units per acre. The island streets in the 1997 zoning map, they're R1, they're S1. Cumulatively, they are approximately 2,400 square feet lot in size. That neighborhood is developed at an RM density level if you were to take it in its aggregate. And in the 1997 zoning map, that panorama property, we'll just call it that, was zoned R1 PD, and when I get done talking, maybe Scott can chime in on this too. But in that one, when we were going through the update process, we actually had Kristen Hedlund, who had done, a resident in that area, had done some research and found that there are actually previous zoning amendments that had changed the density there. So unbeknownst to us, our 1997 zoning map that's on the screen right here, that actually was the wrong zoning. And if Scott's still on the line, he can maybe tell me if I got that right.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, I think the thing to take away from it is the area's always been medium density in the general plan land use map. It just, in the old general plan, it was medium density, and then the zoning that implemented it was R1, which sounds weird. But in the new zoning, they're the same. So you have residential medium density now being the same as residential medium density land use and zoning. They're both the same. So it just makes it easier to follow, because it was kind of odd to have it called one thing and then have R1 next to it before, and it was just kind of confusing for folks. So
let's move on. Yeah.
Okay.
Anybody else? Public comment? Chris, Hank, anybody in the queue?
There are no raised hands.
Thank you. I'll close public comment.
And I guess I'll take it from here. If we're gonna, or you guys want to
Do you want us
discuss
to
those
vote
items?
on?
So that's the issue, is we only have one resolution, so you can't actually vote on it. But if you had comments related to any of them, that would be helpful to the other three commissioners in making their decision.
Got it.
So I wanted you to do that.
Okay, Eric has a comment, I think.
Yeah.
My only comment is just kind of a question mark. In the case that the city or the county were to sell one of their properties, let's say, for instance, the library, just for example, if the library changed sites and it decided to sell, and that then became housing, the new owner would then be obliged to rezone, essentially, go through the process to rezone. Is that correct?
That is correct. Both a land use map and a zoning map amendment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just based on comments and discussions that we've had in the past about several of these parcels, the school site, the city hall site, et cetera, is this in any way a hindrance to the future sale or change of use on those parcels were there to be?
Scott, could I ask you to weigh in on that?
Yeah, so I don't, Commissioner Meyer, I don't think so. I mean, I think as part of any sale of city-owned property specifically, that could be part of that. We could actually enter into a purchase and sale agreement that requires us to change the land use and zoning if that were to be the desire of the purchaser. So there's a number of different ways that the land use change could take place, in association with something like that if it were to happen.
That answers my question. Thank you.
I'll come and get you. Yeah, I'll come and get you after the vote. Okay. So the chair and Commissioner Meyer have left, so it'll come back to the three remaining planning commissioners. So we do have a quorum still. So what's your pleasure?
Well, I think we still have to hear about one more
Right.
property.
Yeah. So I can go back to that slide.
Yeah. So we'll go back to so we're going to be doing Cerrito Peak, right? Okay, good. I forgot about that one.
Sorry, there's a technical delay here on this. So yes, so this is that property. And again, you see the way that we adopted the land use map. This was formerly residential land use. It was changed to open space land use designation. Unfortunately, we didn't pick it up when we did the zoning code, and that was, you know, a technical error where we left it as a residential zoning. Tonight's proposed request for zoning amendment would, if you see the image in the far right, would change it to open space. And so therefore, the land use and the zoning would match, similar to the other one slides that I went through with the presentation. And then walking through these slides that I already discussed, that leaves me with my conclusion of the staff recommendation is for Planning Commission to review the request and forward a favorable recommendation to the council, adoption of 1823.
Okay, sounds good. Now, we're still open public comment for Cerrito Peak, if anybody wants to talk about. Thank you. Terry?
Thank you for keeping that open. I do have a client that abuts the blank screen. Cerrito Peak is an island in the middle with what looks like an overlaid Google map that has a bunch of trees and stuff around it. I was hoping to use that example, if you can. Yeah, if you could.
No one's watching.
Oh, they don't want to see me. They see so much of me already. They don't care. Let's talk about something real. Yeah, you had it. The donut. You have a donut and a donut hole. The donut hole is going from yellow to green. There's a zone between the yellow and the yellow that is basically just an overlay of a bunch of trees and stuff. That's technically a public right-of-way. So there's nothing in here that's going to change my client's access using to the back of their lots from this. It's not clear from the maps what it really all means.
Okay, so I'll give Cindy a shot at it, and maybe Scott can comment.
I mean, the zoning map and the land use map, they're tied to APN numbers. And so while I haven't researched the extent of the right-of-way, I mean, we wouldn't, that wouldn't have a land use or a zoning. It would be for right-of-way if that was the case. So, yeah.
I don't think it's an issue. It's just that
Okay, so I think that's...
Yeah, I would say this, the right-of-way there that you saw that didn't have a zoning classification associated with it doesn't have any bearing on access rights, because there's no access rights, you know, associated with the Cerrito Peak lot itself. That's actually owned by the city.
Okay, sounds good. So we're clear on that. So any other public comment? So we'll go ahead and close the public comment. So we're back to the commission. What's your pleasure on this item?
Do you want to check for Zoom, just in case?
Zoom, APG. Do we have anybody on Zoom?
There are no raised hands.
Okay, good. So we'll close public comment again. Back to the commission. What's your pleasure?
I think we should offer for a vote this resolution PC 18-23.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. So we're good to go. So let me get the chair back and the other plan. We'll go. Okay, good.
Oh, they can't put,
Yeah. No, we're going to go to the next item. We're done. We're done with that item. Yeah, that's what I mean. We're voting on all of it. We just voted it all in, Joe. We did a one vote.
So I had a motion from Commissioner Ingraffia to move adoption of 1823, seconded by Commissioner King. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
So the motion passes 3-0-2 because two people didn't vote.
And now I'm going to go ahead and get the other two. Yeah, good. All right.
the rest of you don't vote close. We'll try. 302.
Let's see, where's my chair? That's why you have a vice chair. Just pick up the ball. Now it's back in your hands, Chair, back in your hands.
Thank you, Mike. I think we can wrap this up. Asia, can you hang in there for 30 seconds? Unfinished business? Cindy, nothing? Planning Commissioner comments, future agenda items?
Nothing.
Move to adjourn.
Community Development Director, Scott, you still there?
I'm still here. No, nothing to say.
Anything funny?
And I just want to clarify, when is our next Planning Commission meeting, Scott or Cindy? I'll always like that number
Yeah,
because I'm out of town.
So we're going to, the next one is canceled for Thanksgiving, or we will be sending out a cancellation notice. And so that's why on the agenda it says asking to adjourn it to the December 5th meeting.
December 5th.
Yeah.
To a date certain. Commissioners, do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Second?
Yeah.
Good night. Thank you all.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, Asia.